morning. I think today's going to be the day that I upload a new version of Botland. I think. I haven't completely decided yet because it hinges upon this new version functioning, believe it or not. On that note, let's see if it functions. Hey Hideo. Let's register just a brand new account. And we'll try going through some scenarios here. So step one is buy stuff. Oh, actually, step one is this. Today is Tuesday. Adam is currently working on uploading a new version of Botland. Hey, Ski Dog. Oh man, Better Twitch TV is doing that thing again. Every once in a while it just works. Today's not one of those days apparently. Yeah, fine. I'll use a different chat program today. Hey EJ. Guess we're closing this. Yeah, so update user set botcoin equals 1e6. Now we can buy a few different things. Also, selling shouldn't work. Selling items is disabled, yeah. Yeah, it was working yesterday, though. I find it frustrating. Let's make a couple of bots. Make one with lasers. Sure, we'll make a new script that just says fire lasers to the right. Cool. We'll make 3 of those there. Make another bot. This one will just have artillery, I guess. And its script will be activate sensors, fire artillery. Whoops. Ah, there we go. Okay, and then one more bot. I don't know what this one's going to do. I guess melee. Melee and thrusters. Shield. And this one will shield itself. And then if melee will hit, it'll melee. If an enemy exists, it'll pursue it. And then if that stuff doesn't happen, though, there's a very slim chance that it starts moving on its own. So let's do that. 10% chance. Cool. Hey, let me head down. Let's put these bots over here. Let's test this out. These are firing to the right. These are activating their sensors and shooting artillery. These are every once in a while trying to move a little bit closer. That's a little too infrequent, I think. Yeah, we'll just tweak the script here a little bit to 20%. Great, so now we'll save it. Better work. Great. Okay, perfect. Now let's try, oh actually let's also put a chip in. Let's make sure that chips don't totally screw everything up. Regeneration, so powerful. Now we go attack this person. That is not Adam 5. That is not Adam 5. And there they are. Cool. So in attacking this person, let's just go with a cloaking and, I don't know, melee strategy. I'll also put some landmines. I don't really care what this bot does. Yep, well, there are the landmines. Doing nothing. Hey, it actually won. Hey, Jew. How's it going? Now I log in as Adam5 again. And we have a replay, which we should be able to watch. Yep. Hey, cool. And landmines show up red there. Can't click them or anything. Not that you ever could. Now, I believe even during this replay, I think the code timeout was a hit. Which is entirely possible. Code. This does not seem to be filtering. What's going on here? There it is. Yeah, code timeout hit twice. Well, that's too bad. But yeah, in general, I think things are working. So then let's upload the new version. Actually, you know what? I should probably merge this back into... Wait, what? Oh, man. There's a... There's a bunch of outstanding code. Yeah, oh man. Alright, how do I want to do this? I need to merge this branch back into master. I need to merge this branch back. Hey Lukey, hey Amperi. Back into master. But there's unfinished code. I could just stash save this code. I guess it's not really being used for anything. Yeah, I could do that. And then what branch would I even check this into afterward? I don't... Oh man, I don't want to do this. Alright, first let's make sure everything works the way I expect. We're going to save off all of these files. That way we can be absolutely certain that there's no losing anything. So we'll just copy all of these things over to... Wait a second. There. Great. There. Now there's no way we can lose any of this stuff. As long as we go make this directory structure somewhere. Botland backup. Test framework. Create a new branch out of the non-staged code. Well, there's already one for test framework. There is. So this is the blueprint and script test. And we need to make folders here called game server source shared client and game server test source, and I think that's it. Game server shared test source. Yeah, cool. All right, and then all of this gets put here. Is there a better way to do this? Yes, search for .js. Cool, and we also put one here. Great. Let's try running these commands now. Except for instead of CP, we'll use copy. That way it definitely understands backslashes. I should be able to paste these things here. Great. Now, across all of here, we should have 9 files? Yes, 9 files. Perfect. Okay, so we backed it up. At the very least now, no matter what I do with Git, we can't lose this stuff. Now I'm going to do a stash push. But I don't know when we pop this later where it's going to come out. Okay, well, we'll try it. Blueprint and script test. Cool. Next, we fix all the linting errors, which was just console logs existing still. Hey, Vito. Yeah, that's for Windows 12 and Windows 13, respectively, Spurman and Ski Dog. There. Yeah, I've only been streaming for 11 minutes so far today. And it's not like I've gotten anything important done yet. That'd be pretty crazy. Cool, so that's done. Fixed linting issues. Alright, next, we want to merge back. Let's look at my old merge note. So switch back to master, click merge. So switch back to master. We could click merge there. I don't want to do that, actually. Operation not permitted. Oh, you probably need to close all these things. Let's try again. Okay. So that probably worked. And now we click the merge button, and we be very careful about this. No commit, no fast forward. So we want to merge in the branch, this one. No commit, no fast forward. And there. That should turn this into, yeah, okay, great, perfect. So here are all the changes that we made. So if I look at these, yeah, lots of removed code, ID mapping stuff. There's not too much to look through here. It's not like I had changes to master that now I need to go carefully merge these in. What? How did the console.log messages make it back? What? Man, this is the stuff I just never understand. I checked in at the very top, fixed linting issues. And yet console.logs made it back in here. Okay, this is why I staged this. Let's revert this whole commit. And let's try pushing all branches first. I don't know what's necessary here. This is the only thing I could think of that would cause this to act differently. So now we try merging in the other branch, and now maybe it'll work. Abort merge. Alright, so we do another merge. Let's try it. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Alright. Please move or remove them. Well, unfortunately, I'm not totally sure what it was talking about. I think these. We just delete all these. Or at the very least, these two. And then try a merge again. Whoops. I clicked the wrong thing. No fast forward, no commit. We pull from this branch. Alright. Does this have console.logs in it still? No, this looks much better. So we have to remember to push before we do this. That is incredibly important. Am I merging with a remote branch? I don't know what was happening here, but this fixed it. So the solution was just to push first. I gotta write that down in my notes. So first, push your branch that you want to merge back in. Hey, Vaughn. Do a switch checkout back to master. Click the merge button. There. Great. Cool. So we got everything. Now we can just commit this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So commit. Next, we need to restore all those temporary files. The test ones. Where are those? I really should have saved. I should have saved the folder structure. I guess I had it. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll open that up. Desktop, botland backup, test framework, blueprint, and script test. So all of these files would need to go back. Game server source. I'm just going to copy paste these manually. I don't want to screw this up. And it's not going to take that long. It's 9 files. Cool. Run.cmd changed. This is pretty minor. And finally, test source. Great, there. So we go take a look at this commit. This is the one that I had on the other branch. Yeah. So I need to go kick off all my build commands again. I wonder if this is going to have an impact on the stream, because it's at this time that my disk is at 100% usage usually. Huh, surprisingly. It's not too bad, but also no frames were dropped. At this point we can do a regular deploy. I don't even think we need to worry about this code not being checked in. Yep, I don't think we do. One thing we do need to worry about is this version being wrong. Bump client version to 0.1.18. Great, and we only want to check in that one file and then push this. All right, hooray. Time to get to work on the deploy. First, we create a bunch of machines. Then we get the IP address of the overseer. Put this into here. Got to do this part off screen. Done. All right, yeah. So about 200 games played yesterday. Next, I need to... Oh, well, I guess I can run deploy. Right, I should probably look this up before I screw things up. Yeah, this, yeah, great. Then I need to SSH into the production database and change a bunch of stuff. This is going to screw everything up for you guys, by the way. There's going to be a lot of frustration today. Wow. All right, let's figure out the command to do this. Remove from delete from scripts where isTemp equals 1. Delete from botbase where isTemp equals 1. Let's SSH into this machine now. Gotta be very careful here. Can't go wrong with drop database. You actually can't go wrong with dropping the database. You also, now that you mention it, you can't go wrong with backing up the database. That's something I should probably do. Let's do that. Let's do that in case I just horribly screw everything up. Thankfully, I wrote a command for this called import prod db. I just need the password, and this is why this has to be done off screen. So it's SSHing now, CDing, SCPing the file, 10%, 17%, 22%. I will be your progress bar today. Yeah, it's copying the whole database now. Then we can do this stuff. So first we need to connect over here. Hey, Godeek. Yeah, it was definitely a good idea to do this, just in case I screw something up. Okay, so let's not do a delete from. Let's do a select from. Select count star. We have 15 scripts and 28 blueprints. Was that how many we had before? No, we had 14 and 23. Well, too bad. So there are going to be 15 temp scripts, 28, I believe. Yeah, 28 temporary blueprints will be deleted. And then this is what we want to do. So this is why we have to be really, really careful about this. Done. So there's the 15 and 28. Those have been deleted. Now, make sure the database doesn't have those columns anymore. So we alter this, and we alter this. Great. Alter the users table. We no longer have any of these, and we have a new column in. Okay. Thankfully, the database isn't gigantic, so this isn't taking very long at all. Now, there is one thing that I can't fix for you guys, and that's this. This is going to be kind of frustrating for some of you, I think, and I'm going to get a lot of questions about this in the next day or week. Here's what's going to happen. You all used to be able to make whatever blueprints you wanted by just owning one of a particular item. So in this example, I have 2 of these fire heads on. If you have this, then you won't be able to save your defense anymore. And the way to fix it is to just remove one of them, and then you'll be fine. So what I could do is I could reset everyone's bots in the database so that they all look like the default one. But I'm not going to do that. You guys are going to do that. And if people get annoyed by this, then I can fix it for them. Yeah. Oh, there's not too much I can do there. This is what happens when you add a constraint in after people have already been playing the game. Alright, next we push these 2 repos. What do you guys vote for, actually, before I do the rest of this deploy? This new version of Botland requires that you have enough items whereas before this you only needed 1 cosmetic item to use on any number of blueprints. What should be done about this? Reset all player blueprints to use the Hey Bandyax. Remove all cosmetic items from players' blueprints. Require players to make changes to their own blueprints. Is there anything else? Should I just remove them myself? I should just remove them myself. Yeah, people are going to complain about this too much. I'm just going to do it. Whatever. All right, great. So let's figure out how we do this. Describe bot base. So we just have these 3 things. So if I do select cosmetic head from bot base, yeah, some of these are null. So we'll just update them all to be null. Update bot base set. What are the 3 column names? Oh, that was a bad idea to scroll up like that. These things. Oh, there we go. So every single one of your blueprints now has a null everything. Great. There can't be any problems. I still think there's going to be, well, we'll find out if there's going to be something going wrong here. All right, then run this to see if anything's unpublished. So far, so good. And at this point, I can be pretty certain there aren't going to be any changes. Yep, everything's fine. Okay, what next? SSH, drop the database, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, then we just deploy. Okay. Well, here goes. If this works. Wait, what? Okay, that hasn't happened before. A3D extended. I'm doing well. What happened here? What happened here indeed? It couldn't SSH and okay, let's just try this again. Let's do this one more time. I'm pretty sure this had the IP addresses correct, right? They all start with 34208. Yeah, 34208, those. We run prod host, puts them into the file, quit. This is exactly what I did the first time. And it failed the first time. Well, it failed this time too. It's just the matchmaker for some reason. Unreachable. Unknown error. We recommend you rerun the command. Oh no, not using VVVV. That's a terrible idea. So let's just try manually SSHing into this. I'll just load up a new command prompt and I'll do this off screen for a sec. Okay, it works there. So why is it failing over here? What's the IP address? Hello, IP address. Where are you? Matchmaker. It should be 34208.243.92. What? What's going wrong then? This must be that this IP address was reused, and so my, what's it called? VVVV is like the very verbose command. Okay, I have one idea for what this could be. That this IP address is somehow already saved in my some SSH file. I don't even know what. Let me take a look off screen for a second. What's it called? Known hosts. Pattern not found. Wait a second, this isn't by IP address though. Okay. Well, let's see if that fixes everything. Hey, it did. Wow. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. No, wow. Okay, let's try SSHing from here then. Well, I'm not really sure what key I'm supposed to use. Do any of these other ones work? Does this work? No, none of these are working. I can't SSH into any of these machines. I think this has to do with the 34 prefix that we have here. I probably configured this to use a different identity based on some wildcards. That is very likely what I did. Let's look at the good old SSH config. Yeah, that was the problem. Yep. Well, Okay, there. I think I fixed it. Kill all screen. Oh my god. Oh, it's 34. Oh, I just typed the wrong number. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. 34. I got it this time. It's gonna work. I already know it. Nice. Woo. Okay, I did it. Well, we can't forget that. Hopefully that's already on the troubleshooting list. So what error were we seeing? Do I already have this written down at all? Aha! Ansible isn't using the same settings you did manually. It's possible that your SSH config entries are wrong. Yeah, this is actually correct. This is what I keep running into. Hey, Locke. Well, I fixed it. We're one step closer to finding out that botland isn't going to work. I also need to update changes. So this is done. All this stuff is done. We need to just update changes and update today again. Make sure to mention naked blueprints. There. Great. These things are in the process of working. That is wonderful. I like to see things that work. Nice. All right, let's go update the changes. The last version was down here. So I think that in general, there are going to be very few things that you guys would actually care about on this change list. It's 160 lines of commit messages, but I think it's going to be way fewer things that you guys care about. So version 18 took a week. That's not too bad. So in general, backend fixes. So let's just write all these down. Don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that. This doesn't matter to you guys. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This matters. Force cosmetic constraints. Previously, you could own a single cosmetic item. Previously, I should say it this way. You only had to own a single, I don't know why I can't type, cosmetic item in order to use it across any number of blueprints. Wait, what? Your blueprints are actually there? Your blueprints shouldn't be there. If they are, that means I screwed something up big time. Yeah, no, they're not there. Pawn. Previously, you only had to own a single cosmetic item in order to be used across any number of blueprints. Now you need to own X cosmetic items to use. Now you need to own one cosmetic item for each blueprint that you're using it on. Note that attack and defense blueprints have separate counts for this. So if you own a single wasp head, you can equip it on one defense blueprint and one attack blueprint, but not two defense blueprints like you could before. Got you covered, Lukey. Why not make them own one per blueprint instance? You mean bot? Like all of these three are the same blueprint and these three are these however many are 8 are the same blueprint. So you're saying this one needs a specific item, then this one needs a specific item. I actually think that would be kind of neat, but if you think about it from a monetization perspective, if you're going to require a cosmetic item per bot, then you have to give out cosmetic items way more frequently. And if you're going to do that, this kind of throws off rarities, I think. Because then what if you wanted your entire team to look like, I don't know, like black and red ladybugs, and you had to get 18 different ladybug heads, 18 different ladybug torsos. Like that's pretty ridiculous, I think. So yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, so these things don't matter. I don't know what these numbers used to be, so I'm just going to write this down. Enforce limits on numbers of blueprints and scripts. There were already limits, but I don't feel like looking up what they were, so I'll just tell you the current ones. You can have 10 defense blueprints, 10 attack blueprints, and 16 total scripts across both kinds of blueprints. Doesn't matter. This was one of the big infrastructure changes, which I actually do want to write down. When forfeiting the database was trying to persist non-existent blueprint descriptions. Doesn't matter. This is kind of part of this. Fix a couple of bugs. Game simulations haven't. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, there. So there are three big changes. When you implement a points to botcoin cosmetic exchange feature, you guys will probably get something in the way of botland items for having watched or followed. Probably. I'm not guaranteeing that. But I don't think we'll ever just have a straight up points to botcoin conversion or something. I don't like that idea, because then someone new to the stream... No, I don't know. Anyway, I don't really want to do that. Okay, so what is going on here? This has not even come close to finishing, apparently. I swear, this is another config problem or something. This is going to be super annoying. So it looks like it didn't even attempt to start up. Hey, RBO3. Special cosmetics for subs. I don't think I would base it on subscriber or follower. I'd probably base it on amount of time in chat or amount of kappas you've said. I wouldn't do it based on amount of kappas. Man, I don't know if anyone's done this in a game before. If they've put their own face in as an item. It's pretty narcissistic, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some game out there that someone's done that. Hey, Mantis. Yep, this is doing nothing. Well, we can connect to this thing as well and see what's even trying to be done over here. It looks like nothing, which means this is probably just not going to work. Let's try it one more time. Maybe this will work. Hey, Wrath. So we run this. Then the overseer should be told about this. Yes. Running Ansible playbook. And let's just hope that doesn't fail, because that's really all we can do. Yeah, like I said, if you guys end up getting something like that, it would probably be based on just time in chat. All right, let's finish Hideo. Okay, so the majority of this version's changes were behind the scenes. I removed temporary objects. I completely changed how temporary objects work on the back end. Before this change, every time you created a script or blueprint was created on the account server. Now the client sends all creations / updates / deletions at once, and the server figures out how to map its real IDs back to the client's temporary IDs. Like I said, this is not the kind of change I would usually detail, but given that there's 1 week between version changes, I want you guys to be in the know. And this is how we do it. There. Preview. Looks good. Wait, that's not right. There we go. Okay, what's going on with this thing now? Has it finished? Not yet, it hasn't. Also, these termination notices are getting out of control. I don't know what table that's in though. Failed termination notices. Select star from game servers. What is this? One of these is probably valid. But which one? Has this started up yet? Oh man, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's causing this to not finish. This could be another SSH config problem, but I'd be a little surprised if that were the case. But I can't think of what else it would be, so let me take a look off screen for just a sec. No, there is no SSH config. It probably... I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I have no insight into why this isn't doing anything. And every once in a while this takes several minutes, but I've given it 2 attempts now. I could try one more time. In fact, actually, I don't know what happens to the last Ansible provisioning process if I do try this multiple times. I didn't want to have to do this stuff today. Huh. Alright, let's try. Let's try again. Yeah, it says running, and I never saw an error print out. What's this file? This should be an IP address file. Let me... Permission denied. What? Yeah, this is what this file looks like. So it took the IPv6 IP address, which presumably is the right one. Oh, that's why we don't need an SSH config. So A00 is 10.0, and then DEC5 is 222.197. Is that what this is? Yeah, hey, check it out. 10.0.222.197. So that's correct. So it did form the IP address correctly. The problem is this never completes. Huh. And it doesn't tell me why it's not completing. All right, well, I'll give it another like 5 minutes or something, and then we'll just go into meltdown mode. About a minute or two ago, I started trying to provision the game server with Ansible. There's no, there's not really anything else. Time to VVV off screen yet. All right, done. So today command, let's do that. Adam will be writing tests for most of the day. He finally uploaded a new version of Botland after a week. Changes here. Oh, I can't even select links anymore because I'm not using Better Twitch TV. Changes here, play the game here. Wait, there's a link for this here. Yeah. Note that your blueprints had their cosmetic items removed. Just add them again. Well, there's the new today command. Hey, I think it worked. You guys laughed at me, but just trying one more time actually did something. Okay, now we can customize my blueprints again. So there's one. It's saved. Cool. You updated your defense 5 seconds ago. Now we need to buy more of those. Steamroller, torso. Let's buy a bunch of these. There. Can you track click counts? Yeah. They're all actually over here. You can see them. So what is this? This is the change log. That has 342 clicks. Granted, a lot of those are probably me. This is, what is this document? Oh, the alpha document, yeah. No. Just add them again. I don't even have that much, actually. I have 90. I bought the steamroller stuff, which is free. So that's all I'm going to add. I don't remember what my defense used to look like, though. Oh, wait, I don't need to because it shows up in the replay. Yeah, the other ones just had the steamroller head. I want them to look like that. Done. Nice. Okay, you know what? Fine. If it'll stop you guys from complaining, then here. Update users set botcoin equals botcoin plus 50. There. Everyone's been given 50 botcoin more than what they had. So I had 90. Now I go over to the store and come back. Something updates this eventually. It'll go up to 140. So that'll let you buy 2 whole cosmetic items, guys. 2 cosmetic items. 1 piece of hardware. I know, it's very generous. Hey, see, there it goes. 140. We should check out the hardware unlock frequency. Okay, we should probably figure out why this entire UI broke over here. Like, these buttons shouldn't be here, but I can't figure out how you're supposed to fix this. Can I just resize the window? Oh, perfect. Hey, J Bugsy. Alright, so I was already in a match. Lasers, missiles, regen. Got him. Got him. Why did this not work? Oh. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that took a long time. I've defeated you. Ha 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 ha. Lasers, thrusters, missiles. This is almost exactly the same as the last defense. Except for my reflect RNG was worse. Now it was better. Perfect. Yeah, it looks like everything's working. Looks like everyone's got exactly the same defense here. Huh. Actually almost lost. But then I didn't. Those aren't in botland pawn. Shield, reflect, and lasers. Repair, artillery, and thrusters. Interesting. They're going to be north-south defense configurations, so you can force attackers and defenders to move smarter. I don't know, but the goal is not to... The goal isn't to make people modify their scripts in what I'd consider to be like very easy ways. So eventually I want to have waypoints in the game. These are something you might remember if you played a long time ago. But waypoints were a way for you to click a bot and then click a tile. And you could basically say, hey, that tile can now be used by your script. So let's say it was a tile that you wanted to avoid. Then cool, your script could do that. A tile you want to go to. Cool, your script can do that. So what would happen if you had north-south configurations is everyone would write their scripts in such a way that just took a waypoint. So you'd put a bot down and then you click wherever the CPU is. So it wouldn't really change anything. So why bother even doing it, I think. I think things like that are, if you were trying to make a general purpose AI, it would be an interesting thing to do. Because it would make sure, can you handle up and down in addition to left and right? But that's not really the goal of the game, is to make a general purpose AI. The goal is to solve whatever particular puzzle you're in without having to make what I consider tedious changes. I don't know if this will work better than... Huh. Worked pretty well, actually. Yeah. I gotta admit, one of the things that I'm a little worried about, so I talked about how a little while ago I think I should just be concerned with making a fun game and that all the technical things will kind of fall into place. Well, I think the fun game part is thrown into question a bit here. It seems like, to me at least, making a defense is good, you have a lot of variety. But then beating someone else's defense, it's either so straightforward that you... Well, for right now, there aren't that many defenses in the game. But some of them are so straightforward that you just look at all their bots and be like, all they use are lasers, so I'm just going to use reflect. Or all they use are artillery, so I'm going to use EMP. You either have a really straightforward choice, or you have a choice that's too difficult to make. I think variety is going to be hard to work on. Yeah, Hideo, selling items is still disabled. Hey, Wheatley. Hey, Blueberry King. I think it's going to be tough to add variety into this game, too. From a technical perspective, at least. Whoa, what? Cucumber Owl. You have teleport bots as well. Man, he really loaded these bots up. He doesn't have anything level 3 on here at all. Which is why I think I need to nerf level 1 of some stuff. Because the goal was not allow people to have really powerful bots with just level 1 items. Okay, that actually did pretty well. So we're going to put these back in there. And I'm going to make these look like a steamroller. Almost. You must place one more bot. Antimatter tape has melee, reflect, inferno zapper. What kind of crazy defense is this? So this should be weak to lasers. Do I have laser bots? Yes, I do. Alright, you ready for this? we are going to make this script. Yeah, this is already doing that actually. Fire lasers to the left most of the time. Let's try this out. Let's see what happens. Actually, I do need to put a bot here and probably another bot down here. And then we'll just put these. Alright, now let's slow it down a bit. Okay, so I killed the chips at least. Now what's happening? Oh, they have reflect as well. Oh, that throws a kink into this plan. Okay, so then we should go with... Huh, it's actually pretty interesting. And it's only reflect level 1 too. How much does that reflect? 55%. Well, time to nerf that. I think you have too small a sample size to really know. You're going to have low-level players that you can beat by just reflecting, but then you also have higher-level people like Liquidor. Yeah, but I don't want there to be 2 buckets of defenses. One dead simple, straightforward, copy-paste defenses. Well, copy-paste to beat defenses. And 2 would be so complex you can't really make progress in just one game. But yeah, you're right, Pawn. And this is where beta is going to be really helpful, is in illuminating some of these problems. Okay, I'd like to have an artillery bot. This is my cheese bot, apparently. Let's try it out. This is a really, really cheesy strategy. And I think it's going to work because I don't think they have regeneration. They have a very small amount of regeneration. So this thing's at 1200, now it's at 700, now it's dead. It's such a cheesy strategy. Oh, he actually got me. He got me. Okay. Well, I have 3 bots to your 1 bot. So take this. Oh, I thought that was funny. Okay, so this is the spam account. They created a bunch of spam bots. I should probably just delete all these accounts. But melee and reflect, we should be able to beat this with like melee and armor. You know what? I don't even own armor. We're going to go buy it. There. Because that's all it should take to be able to beat this. And we'll make it just have the steamroller torso. So we'll go with melee and armor. And regeneration would actually be pretty good here too. Let's go with... yeah, let's go with regeneration. Cool. That's it. These bots should win. Cannot read property name of undefined. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. That means this person who was spamming accounts probably found a bug here, right? Huh. Number of blueprints minus deletions plus additions does not equal available number. Uh-oh. I think that's me triggering this. Yes, it is. Uh-oh. Oh, no. That's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I should have printed this out. Error, hello world. Oh, God. Oh, man. I left that in there. Oh, that's going to be super annoying. This was part of my testing. Oh, man. Well, every single time someone attacks in botland today, it's going to say error hello world and print out a huge stack trace. But that's not even the real problem that's happening right now. The real problem is this. I can't create a new blueprint. So if I cancel out of this and go back in, oh, it apparently simulated too. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, never mind. I know what happened here. Okay, so here's what happened. I created a new blueprint. I tried attacking. The attack worked, but then something bugged out on the client. When I tried attacking again, it thought I was creating a blueprint again, but it didn't match. Well, anyway, something like that is what happened. So there was a real bug, and it was whatever happened here. I don't know what that is. Check the diffs, they say hyper low. What does return do in JavaScript? If you're ever in a function, let's say you want to do something like this, like show dialog or name show dialog. So here's some like set username field. So you do something like this. You'd say something like this dot name field dot value name, and then you might have if show dialog dot show, something along these lines. Well, let's say you wrote it this way. This is pretty much the same code. What return does is it exits from this function and returns whatever value you have as well. So this is a case of return where I'm not returning anything, and here's a case of return where I am returning something. So what this is going to do is going to say to add two numbers means to return the addition of both of them. It's a pretty simple function, right? So sum 5, 6 is equal to 11. Anyway, that's an overview. I can go into more detail if you want. Well, I don't know what happened here exactly. Let me try with a bot that I already had. I have a feeling this is still going to error. Okay, surprisingly it didn't. Which means it is probably not an issue with these spam bots. It was probably an issue with me creating a bot. Oh, man. What happened? Let's try making the same bot I had. Armor and regen. Where's regen? There. I hit create. Then I tried attacking. This time it works. Oh, what happened? What happened indeed? I have no idea. This is not good. Okay, let's make a brand new bot and try this again. I had made a bot with melee, armor, and regen, and I also put the torso on it that we see there. Yeah, there's an error printing out, but there's no warning. I don't know how that error happened originally. Hey, obese kids. Or I push obese kids. You changed the cosmetic as well. Yeah, which I just did this time, but I guess technically I did it during phase 1. And hey, my uncle. Let's try one more time. We'll delete both of these. Delete. We'll add a new one. We'll do exactly what I did the first time. Unfortunately, there are 2 deletions here, so it's technically not exactly what I did. But we do this and this and this. And I put these down and I hit U. Nope. It's not erroring anymore. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know. I think this was the laser whiff bug. Yeah. Oh, we need to test this. Let me think about this. I can test this actually pretty easily. Let's drop the database on my own machine. Yeah, where's the database here? Drop database, botland. All right. Oh man, I hope you feel better. I push obese kid. Here's what we do. We make laser bots. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what happened here. We make laser bots that always fire lasers to the right, which means that some of the time lasers are going to miss because there won't be anything to the right. Now we just put a bunch of these bots down. We hit save. We play against them. What? Oh, the matchmaker. Oh, God. Okay, there. Come on, you can do it. Oh, yeah, when you drop the database, you have to start up everything again. Oh, my bad. Okay. No, there's more to this puzzle than I thought. But that's pretty easy. So now we should be able to attack. Cool. Now we make any bot. It doesn't matter what. So we can just put melee down if we want. And we try playing this game and it's not going to work. Yes, and this is the bug with lasers screwing up. Then the next time we try playing, it's going to fail because it's going to say, oh, that's different. The next time it's going to fail because my blueprints won't match. It's not failing because of that though, right? Outcome of phase 2. Successfully simulated game. Guess this isn't marked as a creation anymore. But is this that name problem? You're enjoying game. Apparently finish the game. So if I go back into this, you were already in a match. It played out none of the phases. What? No, this is a new... Oh, darn it, I should have read that. Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. Okay, we gotta fix that bug. Yeah, I gotta fix that bug today. It's gonna cause a lot of weird issues. Well, in general, I think things are working. Account server offline. That shouldn't be the case. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's an account server online. Safari. Hey Ken, what is Botland? That is described at the FAQ. In short, it's a strategy game that's based on automation. So the way that it works is you come up with your strategy ahead of time, and then because the game is automated, it can just play out whenever somebody attacks you. So let's say I want to use melee and cloaking, for example. I could make a really simple script that says, let's cloak, and then let's use melee if we can, and then let's pursue an enemy if we can. So very simple to understand code here. We just have, let's try cloaking, let's try using melee, let's try pursuing enemy bots. Cool, great, so there's our script. Let's put this down. We're trying to protect this CPU here. And if I hit test, ignore that for a second. Okay, if I hit test, they cloak, they'll try moving to an enemy when they come in sight. And if they actually get within range, then they will melee the enemies. So yeah, you can see them taking a little bit of damage here. Alright, thanks I push obese kids. Yeah, that's what I thought, which means there is a problem with this. Hey Mario, man. Alright. So this is causing other issues when it comes to creating blueprints. I don't think the changes get marked as being persisted on the client, since there's this other issue blocking it. I expect people will probably run into this today, which is why I should fix this sooner rather than later. However, we also have the tests to write. Yeah, I know, Steel Cap. There are some other names that I just refuse to say in chat because of how obscene they are. They're not usually in here, but every once in a while someone stops in. But the I Push Obese Kid's name is not so bad that I can't say it. It just sounds strange. All right. Let's figure out how I'm going to use Synon 2. Let's go download it. Let's try it out. Yep, cool. So we go over to the tests. We install this. We might need to install this in the root directory though. I'm not sure how this is going to work exactly. No, actually it should be fine. Well, you could always change your username if you want. Twitch just added that feature in what, February, I think? I wonder what changed. That's the first thing we should probably read, is what changed in version 2. And what version was I even using before? I was using whatever was from May of last year. I don't want to just look at the docs though. I want to find out what... Oh, migration guide. Oh, okay. Several breaking changes. Okay. Is this C? No, this is JavaScript. Yeah, so Ski Dog, these are someone made a bunch of spam accounts. There are like 7,000 in the database. And at least one of them has a defense. Probably multiple have defenses. By the way, whoever did this, please let me know. I am curious. It's not the worst thing in the world or anything. I just want to find out who was doing it. Nothing very important changed, basically. Okay, well, I'll take it. Oh, wow. This is actually a very short page. Huh. So log and log error. Test case and config removed. Did I have any of these written down in my Synon node? Log, console.log. Yeah, so I never used Synon.log. What else? Test case and config. Test. No, I did actually. Did have this written down. If you're ever changing global state and you want to eventually restore the old one, a sandbox can be used. They've been moved into their own module. I should write this down. Update as of Synon v 2.0. Synon.test. Synon.test case. And what was the other one? Synon.config. Did I ever use the config? No. There we go. All right. Yeah, what else? Deprecation of internal helpers. I probably wasn't using any of these anyway. Synon.behavior is gone. Okay, so yeah, not much changed. Let's take a look at their documentation now. It's been about a year since I looked at this, so I just want to refresh my memory on this part in particular. Interesting. Okay, let's try this out. Let's try writing just a really, really simple test case. We have the blueprint and script tests here. Also, I kind of wanted to see if this changed at all when I gave you guys your 50 bot coin stipend. Did it? Yes. So one person bought Inferno Zapper this morning. Apparently 2 people used it to buy Regen. Oh, I was one of those people. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so a couple people bought stuff. All right, let's try this out. So first thing, they had a getting start. Yeah, here it is. So you don't need to do anything to start getting assertions working like that? Huh. Oh, I push obese kids. Damn. How did you misclick? How'd you misclick 3 times, I mean? Also, you realize that now I could figure out which account you have with that information? I'm not going to. I don't care that much. Yeah, you never know. Maybe they were your neighbor. Teacher had the last laugh. You should customize either of these and look into expose and pass. Okay, let's look at expose first. What does this do? Exposes assertions into another object to better integrate with the test framework. For instance, JS test driver uses global assertions, and to make Synon assertions appear alongside them, you can do that. So give you assert called spy, assert call order. Huh. Don't question my testing methods. I don't totally understand what this does. Let's take a look. We want to see that an assertion was called. Passes if spy through the given exception. So we need to actually start using spies. Lets you check arguments, return values, how many times a function was called, whether or not it threw an exception. This can be useful if you don't have a particular certain code and don't want to instrument production code, just to see if something was called. Interesting. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, it's the same neighbor under a different account. So I don't think we need this. I think we need to spy around the validate functions. Let me think about this. So when we call delete blueprint, we are going to get this. Assert player already owns object. If I were to instrument that, try this out. Const spy equals synon.spy BSF dot, oh, it won't even exist yet. Huh. Okay, one thing I could do is construct this right at the beginning of the constructor and then instrument it from the test code. But that won't work. No, I'd have to, darn Can you make it so you can't buy the default cosmetics? Yeah, that's a bug right now, Pawn. It's a trap. It's a trap to see who pays for them. Yeah, I just need to hide that from the store at some point, and probably prevent you on the server from buying it too. Huh. I could put this on run test. I don't think that's a good idea though. What does this even do? Alright, let me try something else then. Let's do this. These things just won't exist. What are you trying to test for the first test? Like that something is called with a proper argument? So what I'm doing for the first test, create blueprint 1, try deleting blueprint 2, make sure this asserts. That's it. It's actually, I don't even need to create blueprint 1. I could just try creating blueprint, try deleting blueprint that you don't own, and make sure it asserts. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. And I can come up with a way to do this. I wanted to test, let me see. Yeah. So if I got rid of all of that, and then here we set all of these things. Player details. And then there are 2 more blueprint and script changes. Yeah. If I do this, then I can start to put a spy on the validator. So this could be bsf.validator. And then it won't just totally break on us. Attempted to wrap undefined property undefined as function. You don't say. I guess it should be. What's the point of sin on there? So the only way I could think to do this, like, here's what's happening. There's a function validate, and validate does something like validate additions, validate deletions, validate updates. So there's something like that. So what I do is, so my test code looks like this, like validator dot set up a blueprint deletion for something you don't own, and then validator dot validate. The goal is to make sure that validate deletions is what asserted, not any other function. So I can't think of a better way to do this other than checking like error messages maybe, or using Synon to figure out that that particular function is what asserted. I guess another way I could do this, yeah, there are a few different solutions. I could call this function directly, but I shouldn't have to do that. I could base it on error messages that are returned, or I could use Synon and use test spies for this. So it's this function. Hey Mitchell. Cannot delete a blueprint you don't own. Yeah, I want to make sure this thing through. So I should be able to do this assert dot through spy. But that's not... Man, I don't understand what's going on here. Assert... Maybe it's this that I need to put under the spy? How does one alter their color? Well, if I had the dashboard open, I can show you, but there should be a settings gear, and you should just be able to pick your color. You might also be able to just type /color, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. Today, I wasn't even looking at that. Here, I just did it on the sum function, which is why I thought I could do this. But maybe they changed that in version 2. Oh, you can either give it a function or an object and a method. Huh. Hey, Einzel. It's object and string, like in the huge example of jQuery. Yeah, there are 2 different ways of doing this. I could try this way. Still doesn't work how I expect. Because if I never call run test, this test will never assert, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's this that eventually throws an error. The validator... Maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to do this way. And don't run it on an object, but that wouldn't make any sense. I'd have to do this on the prototype or something. All right, no, I don't think this is a good idea. Hey, Digi. Let's try to make this even simpler. Let's just make some fake function here. Fake function. What's run test? Don't you need to assert in the catch if you have a fancy tester? Oh. I see what you're saying. It's still going to throw. So you're saying I would just need to do this? And then it wouldn't throw the error? Oh, well. That makes a lot more sense. See, Hideo, I already researched this like a year ago, and this is why I wanted to find test code I'd already written for this. But I just can't figure out where it went, or if I ever wrote it. Where is this mythical test code? But yeah, this worked. This worked pretty well. So if I don't have this, then it's going to... Oh, wait, no, that's not going to do anything, right? What if we change this to foo, which shouldn't even exist? So it should ideally tell us that it couldn't wrap it. Yep. But if we make it to be something that does exist, but that doesn't actually assert, like this one. Aha! Did not throw exception. Okay, so this is working. Perfect. So let's try something else now. Let's try just doing a dot here. Does that also work? This didn't throw an exception? Wait, what? Also, I keep going to the wrong file. Hey, EOJ. You're here early. Yeah, I guess you can't do it this way, huh? You have to do it this way. Otherwise, it won't be instrumented correctly. The EOJ, I don't remember who made these comments last time, but is that clickbait? I don't think that's clickbait. I think clickbait is something that usually raises a question that you want answered. Like, scientists hate him for this one weird trick, and you're like, what's the weird trick? Oh my god, I gotta go find out. But I think this is just a joke title. I'm just trading West here. Yeah, so we're gonna have to write a million of these. We have to test pretty much every single line of code in this class. You won't believe this bug. Yeah. So we make a couple of blueprints. We try deleting one we don't have. It doesn't work. I don't know, Mitchell. I look at this differently. My goal was not to make a clickbait title. It was just to make something funny for the people who are in here. So then we did need to do things this way. The assert player already owns object. Really, the thing that throws is this function. There is an assert here. However, this should go all the way up the call stack, right? So when we check validate deleted blueprints, this should technically have thrown as well, right? Because that's where I want to capture this. Okay, good. That does work. Whew. Well, I didn't laugh. Okay. Mission failed. So this then will never even get hit. We're never going to run into this. This will not get hit. No, EOJ, I figured you're joking. I just wasn't sure if it was you who said this last time or not. Hey, noob. Did you make a group on the Twitch app? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Freak Technique. Yeah. This is WDD. Yeah, so this doesn't matter. What matters is this. And we won't even get changes because this didn't ever build. So then these asserts are going to fail. So then this will not get hit. That assert is going to break. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So any negative tests that we write have to be in this format. Run, catch, assert that this through. And Jordan. Top assuming. Yeah, I did not make a group. I don't know if I will. I think I'll stick to Discord for right now. Which, by the way, if you ever want to join Discord, there's a link for you. Well, this is done and this is done. Now we just have, what, 100 test cases to write? Great. And we should check code coverage as we go through this. Make sure updated scripts have valid name, code, and block the XML. Yeah, this is... Should not be able to delete a blueprint that you do not own. Depending on what you're using to assert, could be faster, more like the previous test, for you to write assert true spy.through. Yeah, let me see. There's a 1 character difference, but this does match how my other tests work. But I don't think this matters to me that much. I think both of them are very readable. Or even assert spy.through. Yeah, that's fewer characters definitely. But yeah, I think they're all pretty readable. instrumenting an object's method. So if we do it this way, this won't work, right? Yeah. Should be done with the string notation. Otherwise, you won't instrument the method correctly. Yeah, Endor Synon is what Freak Technic linked. It is a really, really useful library. I've got a note that I don't mind sharing if you want it, but this is not necessarily a very good note. But even just spies and stubs and mocks, like these are great features. So what I'm doing here is, and I'll give you the quick rundown here. I have a test, just some test, right? Or delete blueprint. And delete blueprint takes in a blueprint ID, and it says something like assert that you own the blueprint ID. Well, this is going to fail if you try deleting a blueprint you don't own, and that's what you want to have happen. That's what should happen in your development code. Well, in your test code, if you want to make sure that that fails, so test deleting something you don't own, you will call delete blueprint on some random number, something you don't own, and you want to make sure this fails. So what you do is you wrap it in a spy. So you say something like spy equals synon.spy, delete blueprint. Then you say delete blueprint and then assert spy.through. And you'll see that, yep, you didn't own that blueprint, so you can't delete it. So this is what lets you test negative test cases. Positive test cases are something like, can you delete something you actually own? Yes, you should be able to. So then if this throws an error, the test will fail on its own. Yeah, let's work our way down this list. We really need tests for really every part of this. And probably some combination tests too, like can you delete a script, a blueprint? Can you run all 6 kinds of changes at once? 2 deletions, 2 updates, 2 additions. Yeah, and you can check to see if it throws the error you expect. There's a lot of control you have over this. For me, I want to test all the different functions I have in this class. We need to get, at least for this class, I think 100% code coverage. It's 500 lines of code, so it shouldn't take more than probably 30 tests, hopefully. Make sure updated scripts have valid name. So should have valid name, should have valid properties for updated scripts. Okay, that means you need to start with a script here. Then you need to register this as a starting script. Then you need to update the script. Then register it, update script. Yeah. Then run the test and make sure it worked. First of all, let's just say console.log got here. That's it. Let's just build up these tests a little bit at a time. Why is this highlighted? No exclusive tests. Wow, interesting. So I don't expect anything to go wrong here, but we're not really testing anything either. Not yet, at least. What we need to do eventually is check the changes object. This should have an updated script in it. Right, yes. So here it is. We have updated scripts. This is a serialized script. There's just one of them. Hey, Liquidor. Which phone did you get? I got a Pixel, which I'm pretty happy with, but I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know how to suggest either of the phones that you just mentioned. But yes, my old phone is still sitting here on my desk. Take a look at this. Shattered screen. I really need to get rid of this. It's got little glass shards that are going everywhere. Probably shouldn't touch that on stream. I'm gonna end up with glass in my fingers. So we just go through updated scripts. Updated scripts. Also, run test. The way this should work is like this. Validate, then we get changes. And we should save off what the changes are. This dot changes equals changes. I think we haven't already done that. No, we do have that. Okay, so this dot validator changes equals changes. No, we don't really need to do that. We'll always have it from just this even. Yeah. Good thing you don't need those to do your job. Man, if this were you, you've got like 7 or 8 backup fingers on each hand, right? So I wouldn't have to worry about it, but yeah. Huh. So assert dot equal updated scripts is 1, so you have 1 updated script, then I guess we get the updated script. And we deserialize it. And then we have to verify that it got whatever is the same as this pretty much. Do we have an equals function in script? We do. This is great. Well, good luck on the exam tonight, Banana. Yeah, I'd like to not have to deserialize any of these. Maybe the test framework can add a function called getUpdatedScript index or getUpdatedScripts. Yeah, let's do that. This dot validator dot changes dot updated script serialized script script dot deserialize serialized script. That better work. Nope, we don't have a script. Well, we're gonna need these then, huh? So we just put this here. So this comes from the framework now, get updated scripts. Let's do it this way. There. Okay. Then we don't need to deserialize this ourselves, and what we should be able to do is assert updated script 0 dot equals updated script. This still won't be testing anything, which is why it's amazingly complex to write test cases correctly sometimes. What happened to script? Oh, whoops. Got it. Okay. Next is to really test something. What's the best way to do this? We could say old name equals old name, new name equals new name. I don't know. There's maybe a better way to do this. Old code. We need some valid code here. get valid code variation. Valid code snippets. So let's say update equals function fire lasers, and update equals function fire missiles. There. So the first thing we'll do is assert that variation number is greater than or equal to 0, and variation number is less than the size of this .valid code snippets. And then we just return this .valid code snippets variation number. Is integer. The blueprint and script validator doesn't ever execute code, but it does validate the code. So we need a way to get valid code, but we don't really care about the contents. All right. So for old code, we'll say get valid code 0, and for new code, we'll say get valid code 1. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because, like I said, it doesn't matter what code there is here, as long as it's different and they're both valid. That way we can make sure that it got changed. That's the important part here. So old code is what we use here. New code is what we use here. Blockly. I should really make a function for this too. Get valid Blockly. Although there isn't really a such thing as invalid Blockly because we never validated. Blockly 1, Blockly 2, and Blockly 3. Blockly is just an XML blob that's never validated for anything other than length. And probably characters, but this should be fine. So now we do this, valid Blockly, and then instead of trying to use parentheses to index an array, let's use brackets like you're supposed to. bsf.get valid Blockly. You know, now that I think about this, .code should really just be something like .valid code. .code variation, something like that. Man, alright. I'm gonna stand up. $15 hours of YouTube on one charge. I wonder what they did to get those numbers. Like, did they turn the screen brightness way down and the volume way down and set the frame rate to 1 frame per second? Animated GIF YouTube. Yeah, this can be done in a better way so that I can save myself some coding in the future. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. Well, I can picture how this is going to work. Adamland. This is some excruciating pain on your battery. So script builder should take in the blueprint and script validator test. We actually don't really need to do it this way. I just need something that provides a get valid code function. And it could just be part of the script builder. Yeah, I don't see why I would need to do this a different way. Yeah, let's do it that way. Make things pretty simple. Get valid code function provider factory. I mean, yeah, I could do something as crazy as that. I don't plan on it though. And then we copy paste this. We'll call it code variation. And what this will do is it'll set this.params.js code equal to this. And then it returns this. What and when do you go method param1, param2, method params, and method? So I don't ever use the third one to define a method, at least. So there's variation 1, variation 2, and variation 3. So 1, I use this when there are 1 to 3 parameters in general. I use this when there are many parameters or lots or multiple optional parameters. And then this, I use this for calling functions in general, but otherwise I don't use it too much. And yeah, I have read JavaScript, The Good Parts, and I do have an opinion on it. I think it was a great book. I don't know if it covers ES6. So Liquidor, for something like this, let's say you have a function that set script properties, and there are only 2 parameters. One is name, but you don't have to set it, and the other one is code, but you don't have to set that either. At this point, I would just pass in a params bundle, because it's awkward to call this and try to say, all right, set script properties. I don't want to set the name, so I guess leave that as undefined, but I do want to set the code, so let's set that to update equals true or something. And then you call it a different time, and you're like, okay, now I want to set the name to new script, but I don't want to set the code. And it just, I don't like having to wrestle with these things. Plus, you don't know what the undefined refers to here. So when you have optional parameters, I do like using just the params bundle. Okay, so code variation is done. We would technically have to move this to, yeah. Let's technically move it then. Const. Got it. And this no longer refers to this. And this should be gone as well. Cool, so this will be Blockly variation. The this is here go away. This one too. And this is this.params.blockly XML. There. So is the third option not a thing? I don't know if you can define parameters that way. I would need to look at this. I don't do it, so I don't know if it's even possible. But for calling functions, it's definitely possible. Yeah, I'd have to look through this, and I don't really know where it is. So I'm not going to look through everything right now. Oh, and we don't have a cert either. Great. Now this can change to just code variation 0. Oh, now I can see why it might be helpful to have the properties that this would be. Then we don't need these. And Blockly variation 0 and 1. All right, not bad. Yeah, not bad. I think this should actually be testing real code now. Hopefully it passes. Yes. Okay, great. Well, there's one test. We should really do the same thing over here, though. Code variation. I like this. It's a very easy way to set these things up. Well, there's one test. Let's save these until, let's save this one till the end, I think. All right, next test. Make sure creating a blueprint with a bad name will set it to a valid random name. Okay. Should get a valid random name when a blueprint has an invalid name. And it should technically do this when you're making a new blueprint or when you're updating one. EOJ. So let's get a blueprint. This will be your existing blueprint. And in both cases, we can change the name. We could say something like invalid name equals, what's the easiest way to make a really long string? Repeat, I think. Yeah, repeat. We'll just repeat the letter A 100 times. We'll do this when we try creating a blueprint, when we try updating it. So the hardware of this doesn't really matter. We can't just set it to nothing though. It needs something by default. Maybe we could make a blueprint builder that just gives us a valid one. Oh man. Digi. This is the kind of thing that I think is very silly. Very, very silly. I think it's probably fun as a hobby project or something. Hey, Void Dreamer. Void Dreamer, I sent you an email. I'd like you to keep the contents of that private. It's very, very sensitive meme material. So just don't say anything in chat about it. We need to register an updated blueprint. Smart man. I love how chat has just become self-sustaining as of late. I've been doing hardly anything to foster chat. You've all grown up so much. Updated blueprint. When we update a blueprint, what do we set about it? I guess we set everything, but what if we didn't? We need to test that out too. How does that work? Validates the blueprint. Yeah, so make sure you can't update a blueprint by specifying incomplete data. Are you banning me, Mitchell? I don't ignore chat. I have stopped thanking followers as much. I do appreciate views and follows, but I think it doesn't scale well to thank every single follower like I used to. That worked for the first 3,000. Alright, now we want to change the name to an invalid name. And nothing else. I want to create 2 of these. So blueprint builder.create, and then blueprint builder.name invalid name.create. I think this is a pretty smart way of doing things. So we say that's an updated blueprint. We also need a new blueprint. Yeah, we need a new blueprint too. No, Liquidor, that's not true. The top streamers on Twitch will thank subscribers, and they usually do it in batches actually because of how many subscribers they get. I still thank my subscribers when that happens because that's pretty infrequent. No, Mitchell, I understand it's sarcasm. If you were a new viewer saying that. I don't ever want to come off sounding that way anyway, though. Which is why sometimes I tell a joke and think, is that a bad idea? So what do we want to validate here? And Void Dreamer, let me take a look. Yes, thank you. Got it. Got it. All right, excellent. By the way, this is going to be the rest of today. I'm going to take these tests relatively slowly because I want to make sure I'm doing them correctly. And I could try to rush through these or something, but I've already devoted the whole day to tests. So as long as I get done with the majority of this file today, I'll be happy. If it bleeds into tomorrow, then that's bad. So new blueprint, we want to add that. And then when we get this back, we want to make sure that both blueprints have a name that's not 100 characters. Ski Dog, you'll eventually see the secret memes. And I know, Pawn, fine. I'll speed it up a little bit. All right, let's go to get updated blueprints. We'll put this in there. Scripts changes to blueprint. This turns into botbay. The same thing happens for... we don't have a deserialize all, do we? Unless it's in blueprint util. Nope. So let's do this. Deserialize blueprints. Serialized blueprints. There we go. Great. And the same thing with script. Hey, Mario. That's right, Mitchell. There. Then we call this here, return this dot deserialize scripts with updated script. And that way, new scripts and blueprints can also be handled that way. Oh, thanks, Liquidor. Oh, my chat client doesn't show the Kappa cheer. Get new. It's not called updated, or it's not called new. It's called added, I think. What is it called? I don't actually know. Oh, it is called new. Great. Thanks again, Liquidor. I don't think I wrote many messages for exactly 50 bits. There might only be 2 or 3. Kappa HD is a thing, yeah, for Twitch Turbo and Twitch Prime subscribers. We want to get updated blueprints equals. There should maybe be a get first of these. No, I think this is fine. Hey, Ramy. Spider's still alive? And hey, Best Alloys. get updated blueprints, and get new blueprints. Make sure there's one of each of those. Then make sure that their names are not 100 characters long. Name length, invalid name length equals 100. Okay, so let's get assert dot not equal size of updated blueprint 0 dot get name and new blueprint 0 dot get name. Oh wow. Yeah, thanks again, Liquidor. Are those showing up on my... Yeah, they are. Okay, great. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the bits. Working extra hours lately, so not a lot of time to watch since I mostly go to bed. No, that's fine, Rami. I never want people to feel obligated to watch. This is pure entertainment for you guys, I hope. Or some education, maybe. Let's try running the test now. Blueprint is using a script that the player does not have. Yeah, that should have never happened. There. Number of blueprints minus deletions plus additions does not equal available number. What happened? Also, that hello world error. Oh my god, I gotta get rid of that. Stop moonlighting. Yeah, this should print out more information. Number of... How do we do this? Validate total counts. So what do we want to say? We want to say existing count, deletion count, num deletions, num additions, num available. And then what kind of thing this is. Object name. Yeah, we're going to copy paste this whole thing over here. And then we're going to change the entire thing. To this minus this plus this is equal to this. And this is where things get crazy. Whoa, Ski Dog! Why are you spending all your money on these things? Man, thanks. I've gotten more bits in the last 2 days than I got like all of the last month. Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. Did that put you at the next badge though? Oh, it's your next message, right? And thank you too, Liquidor. 1/5 of a burger. Ooh, yeah, there it is, tier 5,000. Wow. And like speedrunners, people will cheer when they do something really good in the game. I'm writing test code. People are cheering. Lesson learned, chat loves testing, yeah. Okay, so number of existing object name. This is going to be a very long message to write out. Minus deletions. Plus additions does not equal available number. There. Then we call these functions this dot validate with this, this, and scripts. Yeah. And then kind of the same thing over here. blueprints, 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 and blueprints. There, that should be a little bit better. It's not testing, it's westing. All this helps us do is figure out why this is going wrong. Number of existing blueprints 1, that part is correct. Minus deletion 0, that's also correct. Plus additions 1, that is correct. Does not equal available number 1. Oh, is this because I gave him the same ID? Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, we need a new ID here, new ID. Maybe we could say next ID? No, we'd have to reset this. Does this work now? Nice. Spiritman, no, I totally don't blame you. I have not bought bits to spend on other people's chat yet. But I have spent bits from ads, thanks to living in the US. Can I really be certain that this worked? I guess the name should also be set, definitely. Yeah. So we need to say updated name and new name. It's going to be this. Assert. Do we need to assert that it's a string? I wonder if another layer should be doing this. My next badge is 1 bit away. Well, the other thing is I don't allow cheering for just 1 bit. That's I think the maximum sellout feature on Twitch. Set the minimum cheer to like $100 every time. Make sure they're not the invalid names. They're random names, and the random names that I have right now are just Greek letters. So if I search my code base for kappa, it should exist in one place. And all of the Greek letters are apparently 7 characters or less. So we could technically try to check to see if the length is less than 10. Actually, you know what I should do? We have a constant somewhere for max blueprint, max bot name length. Here it is. Hey, Snake One. So this is not assert not equal. This is also going to be assert. It's really just size updated name is less than max bot length. Yeah. This is how I should do it. Great. And then this should change to this plus 5. So we try to make it the 5 characters too big. And then we just import the constants. There. There are Greek letters missing in there. Are there? I probably copy pasted these from Wikipedia, but either way, it doesn't matter. They're just random bot names. Hey, Sound of Gaming. All right, yeah, this worked. Test with both a new blueprint and an updated blueprint. There's probably a pattern I can extract out of that. Also, did I write this correctly? Should have valid properties for updated scripts. Ensure the updated script is what we expect. Yeah. Great. One more test down. Make sure you can't update a blueprint by specifying incomplete data. I feel like this was already written here. Is it? Yeah, all the tests for making a new blueprint are pretty much the same as for updating a blueprint. I wonder how I'd make this generic then. Man, I could write another test and then try to figure out what's in common between the two. But I feel like this is going to turn into a problem. Whatever asserts we write, I need to write them like this. Well, something like the test framework needs to say, yeah, run assert on blueprints. Something like this. I don't know how I'd do it. No. I need to do something like check number of blueprints and just say 1 for each kind. And that could do both of these asserts. Then what else could I do? Checking the names of both of them? Yeah, same thing. I need to say something like check names, check name length. I think it'd be frustrating to do that. But I also think it'd be frustrating to duplicate code between new and updated blueprints all the time. What to do? Well, let's try this. Should not be able to make a blueprint without specifying all properties. This is actually many tests. Let's copy paste this. We have blueprint builder. We're just going to make an ID and none of these other properties. Blueprint without any properties. What if it doesn't have an ID? I wonder what we do there. Hey, Sean. I think Jasmine is for testing React, isn't it? I am writing just, oh yeah, no. I'm writing Mocha tests, but they're pretty similar. Yeah. How do I want to do this? And yeah, what happens if you don't have an ID? I should test that out actually. Yeah, no, I confused that with something else, Sean. I don't know what I'm confusing it with though. Let's find out what happens when you don't have an ID specified. So it can't be for your existing blueprints. It would have to be for something new. We say validate new blueprints by doing validate here. Where is it? This. Oh, hey, assert that the ID is an integer. That's good, but we do need to test that that's the case. And we need to make sure that the failures are in the right order. So not even deserializing into an object is another thing we're going to have to test. Okay, so blueprint without an ID. Let's start with that. So we'll set ID specifically to undefined. Then we register it as a new blueprint. And we call run test, and this is going to fail, so we'll catch an error here. But we need to add a spy somewhere. This is just great stuff. The validator is going to be validate blueprint. Now I don't know the best way to do this part. There's an assert here and there's an assert here. We could check the error message we get out of the assert to see that it was this one versus this one. But is there a better way to do this? I don't know. well, another way I could do it is split this into its own function. Validate blueprint ID. It's a pretty basic function though. Yeah, I think there are only two solutions really. Let's go look at this again. A string denoting its type is just the kind of exception. Maybe we can't do that? What I'm drinking is called water. Yeah, the only thing I can think of here is to not have many asserts for a single function, but I don't like that. I don't want to call an extra 4 functions just to make sure something's true. Is there a better way to do this? Is there nothing like subclasses of error? Yeah, you can do that, Hamza. JavaScript error. Let's look at the MDN page. Yeah, there are some different errors. So I could check to see that the error is of that particular type, but then I need to throw a bunch of different errors. Also, I don't know when it comes to making your own, whether you can do that. What differentiates the ID from the rest of the properties? If you're talking about what's the difference between ID being invalid and name being invalid, there's nothing. They're both the same level of being invalid. But the thing is, I need to write a test such that I make a blueprint like this. Blueprint ID invalid, name valid. And then I make sure this one's getting hit. And then I make the converse of that, which is this becomes out valid. This becomes valid and this is invalid. And I make sure this one's being hit. And I want to make sure my test code is testing that the right assert is being hit. So the only ways I can really think to do this is either make these a particular kind of error object, which I don't even think assert lets you do that. So I need to throw in myself. And at that point, I don't know if it's worth it. What in the world did I just click? Yeah, this just lets you pass in messages. And the other way I could think to do it is make all of these into their own functions. And yeah, out valid. And hey, Altman, thanks for the host. We can go fix that. Toggle words. Valid and invalid. There, done. Now if I were to change this. Oh, that's not what I'd expect. What? What happened there? Do I need to swap these so that it... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Apparently order matters there. Well. Yeah, it's all in because I'd selected this. Now it's seeing invalid. Is there any other way to do this? I gotta figure out a better way. So problem, I want to make sure the assert on line X is hit as opposed to the one on line Y. How do I do this using Synapse? So solution number 1, split all asserts into their own functions, then put spies on those functions. Solution number 2, check the string that I assert with. The problem with this is that if I ever change the string, the tests need to be changed as well. Yeah, this isn't such a bad solution, because splitting them all into their own functions, I think that hurts readability of the code. Actually, not in this case, really, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Yeah, check the string that I assert with. Can I do that though? Use auto quality for stress-free streams? What? Didn't this already exist for a really long time? Well, I'm nearly positive. I at least have this on iPad. It's an uncheck for specific assert. Yeah, I don't know a better way to do this. Wait, why do you hate it, Superman? On mobile, it does on desktop. Okay, got it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I would even do this necessarily, short of putting my own try catches around this thing. In which case, there's no point having a spy on this. Hey, the wiper. Okay, what information can we get about the spy here? Yeah, let's see. Cannot read property serialize of null. Oh, this isn't even gonna work, is it? Yeah, if there's no hardware, we can't serialize this. Oh man. This is coming from that bot builder. Hardware, and then we call create, which deserializes it all. So if it wasn't a valid bot bay, this won't let us set it. Excuse me. What am I looking for? I was looking for this Hideo. I have a function, this is my dev code. I have a function that has many asserts, and I want to see that the assert on line 10 is getting hit rather than the assert on line 13. And I don't know how I would do that. What's the code about? If you're talking about what is it that I'm making a game called Botland. And you can play the game right now. You can just watch a video on it if you want. All that stuff is located at the FAQ. So the first 3 or 4 questions. Well, just the first 3, I guess. And what I've been writing are tests for a very particular part of the game so that people can't hack in their own stuff. I wonder if I should make a create unsafe here. But then how would this even work? It won't work. Won't your DB layer error out if you supply wrong types to it? Yeah, it will. But there's potentially an attack that doesn't even involve the database layer yet. For example, what if you say you make a blueprint and you say for hardware, oh yeah, this has lasers level 3. That's totally fine. Everybody has lasers in the game. What happens though if you say that you have infernal lasers level 3? This is valid, but if you don't own it, then it's not okay. So there are some things I'm just trying to test and assert here. Not sure exactly what you're asking. So what I'm asking here is like this. Example, I make a script with an invalid name. How do I make sure that the assert corresponding to the name property specifically is what gets hit? What if I also had an invalid ID accidentally, and the ID related assert got hit? So it's this that I think should make it clearer. Like, if I pass in a script that has a bad name, I want to make sure it's this assert that gets hit. And the only way I can think to do that is split all these out into other functions and then put spies on those functions and make sure that those functions are throwing errors. The only other way I could think to do this is put my own try catches around everything and verify that the error messages are correct. There's another problem here though, and that's this. Fortunately, this is going to call a.deserialize, but that won't work because there isn't valid hardware. So we need a create unsafe that doesn't try to deserialize this because it's going to fail. And then when we call add blueprint, how does this work? Then it tries serializing it. Yeah, so we need an unsafe way to do that too. Well, that's gonna be fun. Oops. This dot something. Gotta think of what that is. Hey again, EJ. And what are the parameters we do have here? These. So ID, this dot params.id, hardware config. Actually, I named all these the exact same as what I'd had before. Now you might look at this and you might say, wait a second, if you're just taking everything exactly from params, why don't you just use params? And the reason why is because these names might eventually change. I want to make it explicit that they could change. We're just pulling everything from params. But if the names of the series of such a way that the names match what's in botbay.serialize. Yeah. If you're intentionally trying to construct a bad blueprint, you should call this function so that you can bypass the deserialize. Why are we all pog jamming? So this would be create unsafe. That's step one. Step two is when you call add, you can't call serialize on this anymore. So there needs to be an add with an unsafe option or something like that. Serialize object equals true. And then we do serialize object question mark. Well, let me do this. Const object to push equals great. Digi keeps getting more and more belligerent when it comes to trying to get banned. He's rebelling. So this is an object, either a serialized or a deserialized blueprint. You know what we could do? We could examine this object to see whether it's just a plain object or whether it's got functions in its prototype. Okay. It's been done. You guys don't know what's been done, but it has been done. Yeah, I want to get rid of this. Either a serialized or a deserialized blueprint. The reason it can accept either is because some negative test cases will want to pass in malformed data. So the serialize function won't work here. And yeah, I could just have this always pass in a serialized object, but then I feel like the caller has to absorb the extra lines of code. So in this case, we'd have to call serialize on both of these. I don't think it's worth it. Repawn. I just wonder if this is a bad precedent to set. Serialize if necessary. So if this exists, return object.serialize. Otherwise, return object. And then object to push is serialize if necessary this thing. Great. I think that's clearer, and that should fix this stuff. Wait, Void Dreamer, is that really why? Oh, you guys will never figure this out. The command that I just added. I'd be incredibly impressed if you somehow did. It wasn't someone's name. I'll tell you that much, so you can stop spamming people's names. It wasn't some weird combination of names either. You'll just never know. Alright, but you can stop spamming now. Like I said, you won't find it. Spy is undefined. Yeah, I want to find out more information about this to figure out exactly what it hit. Is Synon open source? Yes, it is. Can't middle click that for some reason. I want to see how their assert library works. Did they get the message that it was called with? What's preventing you from having catch to have E and asserting E.message? Yeah, that would work. I could do that. It's just that was one of the solutions I came up with. So I could either split these into their own functions, or I could verify that the messages are what I expect them to be. You're going to stop after E anyway. Yeah, I think the issue with checking error messages manually is that if they ever change, it's going to be rough. And if they're ever parameterized, it's going to be a little bit tough to do that too. So for example, script did not deserialize correctly. Let's say I go in here and I'm like, all right, yeah, this, we need more information. So then I put comma, ID equals plus ID, or something along those lines. Then my test break. And I guess that's okay, that makes sense. If you change your development code, you have to change your test code usually. But it's just something I gotta keep in mind. I guess it shouldn't be too bad. So in this case, then we don't need a spy around here. Or assert spy dot through. Okay, then let's print out the error message, console.log message error.message. Extend error with a custom error. Yeah. But I feel like then I'm gonna need like 14 different errors here. I didn't write that one down, but that is a solution I'd consider. Through custom error. Is it worth it to do that though? Like, is that the hallmark of good code? Oh, actually, part of the reason why I didn't want to do that is because then I can't just use assert. Then I need to do something like this. If not is object script, then throw new script is not object error. So that turns every assert into really 3 lines of code. Are you using these for HTTP responses? No, I'm not. But what is HTTP errors? This is not HTTP errors. This is. Oh, this seems nice. But no, this isn't exactly what I might want. Doesn't look helpful though. Yeah, I think I'll just check error messages. I don't think I want to add in a million different types and have many different lines here too. Granted, yes, I could make my own assert that says something like assert is object script, then some message, then the error type, custom error. You're trying to get a key based on what's wrong from the validation? Oh, definitely, Hideo. I wasn't trying to figure out how to do this without changing code. I'm trying to figure out how to do it in the best possible way. And EJ, to explain exactly what I'm doing, it's all here. It's a problem. I want to make sure that a particular assert is getting hit for my test code. So in this example, talks about it more. I think I'm going to go with solution 2. Just checking strings. Yeah. No, you can spurt, man. But then, like I said, there are 2 issues. If I do this, then something needs to extend the error class. And then where do I make this available? And then the second problem is assert changes into a bunch of if statements. So the number of lines increases. I do have to say this would be the best on the test code because then I could change the dev code error messages and functions around. just have a custom assert following pass a type of error to return. That's not a real issue for me. Yeah, okay. Well, we can go this route then. I guess the other question then is, where do I make them available? Yeah, pawn, that's true. But is it a good idea to do that still? I think I'm over-engineering it at this point, but I will try out solution 3. We'll make different error messages, and I can make a custom assert if I want. So then where do I put these error messages? Or where do I put the errors that I extend? In ES6, class that extends error. Seems pretty easy. Let's try this out. I think I would want to make a package somewhere that just has all these different kinds of errors in it. Oh boy, another plugin. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to write all this down. I left off with trying to figure out exactly which error was hit, which is going to involve custom error types. Get custom error types working. So there's one. I think the next thing is to put these into their own package entirely. The problem is there may be some that aren't used anywhere else. Like maybe there's some database error and then the client ends up getting that error and then there's no need for it. Maybe I just put this into shared code for now. And then what happens if... Yeah, for right now, I'll just make another file that's in the shared code of Botland. Because for now, this is coming between game server, account server, and client. And that's it. So I guess I can just do this. Hey, Restriato. There are a lot of plugins. Okay, let's try it out. So if I were to make a new file and just try doing this without that plugin, it'll break. It's not going to stop me from trying it. Make a new file, custom errors.js. Zabadi, no, I do not. Yeah, I haven't used this before. So custom errors, we're gonna try this. Loosely what you do for this. What's underscore dot assert? Where's this come from? But yeah, you're making a regular error every time. I wanted to make a custom one. Yeah, the issue, this isn't even like HTTP traffic that I'm dealing with right now. There's just, I need to be able to differentiate between errors. And this way would only let me do it via the string that's used in the error. So what is this? My error is defined but never used. Yeah, we need to export this. Can you export multiple classes? Yes. You can via the key. But isn't, okay, yeah, I guess so. I guess this isn't very different from using name instead. The AG24. Well, no, thanks, EJ. I'm gonna try this out. I'll see how this ends up going. We've got a my error now. So if I try using this from here, so this is gonna fail on the client. And we want something like, well, we want whatever asserts we have in here to be custom errors now. This can just be a type error. Which ones do we have already? Type error. Yeah, a lot of these can probably just be type errors. Type. These are probably both type errors. Are you satisfied with the linting plugin? Yeah, I definitely am. Yeah, I see what you're saying, EJ. Yeah, I'm not sure the best way to do it though. I think searching your code base for an instance of a particular class, I think it'd be easier than searching for a particular key. But then again, I'd probably make those keys constants somewhere. Huh. Well, I'll still need to try this stuff out. Then again, all these are really just type errors, so even that wouldn't help me. Oh man. Yeah, here's what I'm thinking. This would eventually turn into this code. If not is integer blueprint ID, throw new type error, whatever. But then the same thing would happen down here too. If this isn't a Boolean, there's going to be another type error, and then I can't distinguish between the two. Here's the best assert function you'll ever have. Well, it sounds like I'd also want the key on here too, right? If you end up checking if a string key is what you get in the error message, might as well check the string message of the default assertion error. Star what? Star Stalker, I have no idea what you're trying to say there. Yeah, so what I was getting at here is to differentiate this, I would either need something like blueprint ID error, and then this would only exist right here, and then I could check it, or I need to differentiate on messages. Oh, I see, EJ. Added the descriptor to your errors. Yeah, I can do that, but then my issue was that it's less resilient to code changes. When I update my code, if I'm going to change this to, like, let's say I made a typo. I said id instead of did. And I go change this. I fixed it. Now my tests are going to break just because I changed that. But the type of the error is probably going to be the same. So if I ever want to add more details in, I have to make sure to fix my tests too. I just think that's a less optimal way than having specific errors here. Then your tests also detect a typo. Isn't that nice? That's not how it works. All right, well, let's try this out. No, I don't know. I don't like any of these solutions, really. Let me take a look at this again. So what EJ suggested here about setting the name on the fly could be helpful. Let's try that out. So instead of doing this stuff, let's just have this do const error equals new error test error dot name equals blueprint throw error. So we don't need custom errors. Then here, if we just say blueprint, does this work? Yeah, and if I say blueprint 2, it won't work. Right. Well, it's not did not throw exception. It didn't throw the exception we expected. Is this helpful? No, this part isn't the part I was wondering about. It was what overall solution to use to approach this is best. And yes, setting the name on the fly isn't bad. And it might only be needed by this code, really. You want to go for the easy way? Go for it. Just split your function into 5 functions and spy them. I don't know. I'm still undecided on what's best to do here. So if I wrote a custom function, throw custom error, this would take in the error name, error message, and it just says throw, well, it has exactly what I had before. This. Hey, Chris. I know pawn and R8C is Star Stalker. And so this would work. Then we do something like this. If not is object blueprint this dot throw custom error blueprint ID. What am I doing? Hey Vader. I'm working on a game called Botland. But if you do want to hack the Pentagon, here you go. That video will teach you how. Yeah, so we could do something like this. And then we could probably do this dot custom assert. We have a condition. We have an error name and an error message. and we say if not condition, throw custom error. Let's try this. This lets us combine everything into just one line. There. So that's that custom assert. Then we would have another custom assert down here for is this an integer? And then we would just need some place that keeps track of all of these names for us. So in this particular case, it's going to fail. And then we change this to blueprint ID and it should succeed. Not quite yet. What did I do wrong here? Whoops, that's why. Hooray! Okay, so what did we learn? We learned that we got to give some points out. And I guess Spurman too. He helped. And then I need to make these functions, parameterize this correctly, and we'd be good to go. So custom errors, I would delete that. I cancel this. I make both of these functions in there. And export, what do we call this? I'll say error names. Blueprint ID. All right, this is, I guess, what we're gonna do. So let's try this out now. So import star as custom errors. Custom assert, I don't know if we want that exactly. Spirit, you've got a lot of points over the years. I think you're still toward the top of this list, right? Yeah, you're number 6. And you can't count these 3. Oh, that's time. Never mind. Hang on. Yeah, you're number 3 because you can't count the bots. In fact, I should just remove points from them. No, that's not true, Hideo. This is basically EJ's solution. So yeah, I think I want to import this as just as errors. Great, so we get rid of all of this. Then here we say errors.customassert. Deserialized blueprint is one of them. Great. And same thing down here. Perfect. Right? I think it's perfect. Oh man. Let's try it out. Does it work? If it works, I'm moderately happy. I think this is as good as we're gonna get for right now. Yeah. Great. Well, there we are. Let's formalize this a little bit. This entire file exists so that we can detect exactly which assertion was hit without having to inspect the messages that were raised. One passing. PogChamp. Yeah. Can I get credit in the comment? Yeah, EJ. Let's just put that there. All right. So this is an... Oh man, I don't remember how I used to do this. Lowercase for everything. To be used by throw custom error. Throws an error message that has a custom name property. Is there? Hey, throws. And custom assert. A variation on assert that throws a custom error type. Great. There. That's everything. All right. Time to get back to writing tests. I gave you a point, EJ. That means you can't sue me. Great, let's close out of everything and finish writing the test. That sound good? Blueprint test. Where did I leave off here? Validate blueprint. Make sure this failed because of the ID. Cool. That's it. Then we want to write another test. Okay, so the only part that I'm not sure about here is whether I want to split this up into multiple tests or not. But we have validate blueprint here. If we were to make one that has an... Oh wait, this can't fail. No, this can't fail. This can fail though. Yes, this can fail. Validate blueprint hardware, but that's its own function already. We might need to make another spy for that. And the validator wouldn't change any of those times. Okay. And yeah, Zabadi, it's called plain tasks. Thanks, Ski Dog. Okay, next up is blueprint without hardware. So now the ID needs to be defined, and the hardware needs to be set to explicitly undefined. Then we want to reset this. This is probably why this should be its own entire test. Otherwise, this is going to be stuck in the add section. I'll just make a bunch of tests. Hey, not Loki. Add a command that allows me to give out mass points in a single volley. That exists for me. It doesn't exist for you guys, though. But it's called Make It Rain. Also, I don't think it's random people. I think it distributes them evenly. But I won't be coding that. They're bigger fish to fry. Alright, blueprint without an ID. Looks good. Add the blueprint. Put a spy on this thing. Alright, that's fine. So should not be able to make a blueprint with an invalid ID. With invalid hardware. This is a valid ID, then invalid hardware. We put this on validate blueprint hardware. What happens if this function doesn't exist? Yeah, it errors. Okay. We'll just call this blueprint. I think it's going to be obvious enough with this lub print. All right. Blueprint, validate hardware, run test, make sure it threw. Yeah, let's try that. Wait, not Loki, didn't you change your name actually? Yeah, you did. You used to be Alex. I remember you. And hey, Electric Tatsu. Okay, that's done. What else can you fail on here? Cosmetics? If cosmetics weren't defined at all, yeah, that's gonna fail. With invalid cosmetics. So now hardware needs to be defined, and then cosmetics. And the function that fails is this. Let's try that. I must have screwed something up. What is it? Undefined. This will get passed in as undefined. We won't try to deserialize it. And then this part should definitely fail, right? Console.log hello world. Yeah, except for this is running weird other tests here, right? Add blueprint. This never even got hit. But there is an error, so let's print out the error. Cannot read property head ID of undefined. Wow. Where is it even coming from? It's on a different error. What? Okay, what if I just get rid of the catch here? Where is this coming from? Here it is. Deserializing the cosmetics loadout. And this is undefined. So this does throw an error. And I would have expected it to be from... Oh. It can't even deserialize. Yeah, alright, that makes sense. And the particular error that we should get back is errors dot deserialize blueprint. Without a defined cosmetics loadout, it won't even deserialize. Hey, Spider Dead. Hooray, it works. All right, that's with missing with an undefined cosmetics loadout. Now, what if it's just an invalid one? What would that do? Is object required items convert? No, it'd have to deserialize. So then it has to be valid at this point, but it might be using items you don't have. What if I pass in something made up here? What if I just passed in hello world? What happens then? This should also fail to deserialize. Yeah, okay, good. Great. Moving down the list, what else do we have? Make sure is attack is a Boolean. It's kind of a silly test case, but fine. With an invalid is attack property. So we define cosmetics as being just an object, I guess. We can't do that though. No, we can't do that. We need some valid cosmetics loadout for this. What is this set to by default? Oh, it's set to... Huh, we don't need to do anything then. What we do need to do is set is attack in a way that doesn't just force it to be true or false. Not a Boolean. There. Now, validate blueprint is going to fail right here. So this could be a type error, or we could make a special error for this. Yeah, let's just make a special one. Blueprint is attack. All right, then we need this to be defined. Oops. Attack property. And we use this here. Great, that should work. Nice. Let's check our code coverage. I don't think we're anywhere near completion here, but we might be like 60%. We got to go find the code coverage file now. Test coverage lcov report. Here it is. We are at 34% or 37%. Excuse me. How did this seemingly get worse? Oh, right, because I'm only running one test. Yeah, that makes sense. This should be better. What's the program that's keeping all your command prompts? That's called Kanemu. All right, now code coverage is actually 85%. I hardly tested anything, so I'm kind of surprised it's at 85%. But as far as branches go, we're testing only 50%. It's the branches that I care about. So yeah, script was deleted. We're not testing that at all yet. Assert for user, that should be done eventually too. Yeah, these things. Okay, not too bad though. And this makes me wonder whether it's just worth testing the important stuff. And yeah, hey Grenloff. I think I said hi, which triggered you saying hi. Maybe not. I don't remember back that far. That was like 35 seconds ago now. I think this is done. This one particular test. Is there anything else? The script ID? This needs to be set to anything that's valid. Yeah. So technically it can't be a parameter that's wrong, because otherwise available player scripts needs to get this set, which means the script would have had to validate. Yes, that's the only possible way. Yep. And validate script must check the ID, right? Yes. Perfect. Cool. All right, let's move on with the other test. Write a test where the client passes in new scripts or blueprints with the same IDs to see if that lets them go over the maximum allowed number of blueprints or scripts. I don't even think you can pass in 2 blueprints with the same ID, but I guess let's try this. So we'll make a test and we'll make test cov. I don't feel like doing this the right way just yet, so we'll just do it the bad way for right now. Great. So now if I just run regular testing, it should just run without coverage. Yep, it did. Hey, dragons. All right. Where did I put this? Hello world. Probably in here. Yeah. That should get rid of the spam. Go hack site. Already done. I just hacked you. You've been hacked. Well, let's try this out. Should not be able to... Wait, how would this even work? How would this work? Client passes in new scripts or blueprints with the same IDs. See if that's some, yeah. So it should not be able to exceed maximum number of blueprints by specifying the same IDs. Hey, pure code. How's this gonna work? We need to say const blueprints equals max defense blueprints allowed. What's the bug? There's no bug as far as I know. I'm just writing tests. Blueprints to create equals the maximum allowed plus 2, let's say. Plus 1 actually. Why would we do plus 2? So that many times we are going to make that many blueprints. The ID is going to be here. Then everything else needs to be set correctly. So we want create, not create unsafe. And, oh, we're supposed to specify the same ID. Never mind. So let's specify the ID of 1. Oh, I see what you're saying, pure code. Yeah, I was confused because I always forget what the title is. Hey, Thumbs. Yeah, I wrote that last night. Then I don't know what happens here. We try creating 11 blueprints with ID 1. I don't know what's going to happen, so let's just run it and find out. Interesting. Yeah, so it counts, it sees you had 11 additions, but only one of them was valid. That's actually working pretty well then, huh? This would be coming from validate number of objects. Validate total counts. And you won't have a changes object. We want to make sure that after all of that, you've got one blueprint available. So assert.equal the size of bsf.validator of this available player blueprints is 1. Try making 11. 1 will actually make it through. Attempt to create more than we're allowed with the same ID. One of them will actually work because the first one is valid. All subsequent ones will be overwriting the first. Yeah, there, cool. What happens if you delete a bot, create a new one with the same cosmetics? Allowed, code knows. Yep, we gotta write a test for that. We gotta write a test for everything. This is what I signed up for today. We just want to make it to this point by the end of today. I've got 4.5 hours to do that. As long as I do that, I'm happy. Is the game online? I keep getting a request was terminated error. Yeah, the game is online. Hey, Calic. Where are you getting the request was terminated? Because it looks like I can play. And I should be able to attack people too. Ooh, this was a bad strategy. Okay, I guess I'm losing this one. Yep. You failed to defeat G240. I want revenge. Shield melee. Bots are actually pretty decent. Shield and melee. Let's get rid of this haste chip. Well, that did not work. Where's my cheese bot? Not that one. Geez, here it is. Gotcha. It's the perfect attack. It can't kill his shielding bots though. Oh, now it can. Okay, good, because 2 chose to target the same one. If they ever all target their own ones, then it won't work. Alright, we'll speed this up a bit. That is quite a cheesy strategy. Oh man. Hey Ola. Now let's see what this error is by pure code. Request has been terminated. What browser are you in? That looks like Edge. You might have to use a different browser for right now, pure code. Hey Dana. But yeah, the game is working. Kai Tai, melee, reflect, and shield. You know what I bet would win here is cloaking up here and here and just going to the CPU and killing it. This is a pretty interesting strategy though. What does he have here? Melee. So we put these next to his missiles bot. No, but he has melee on these too. Interesting, Kai Tai. Interesting. Alright, let's just kind of test for errors here. This did not work. He actually did see my bots and kill it. Okay. Cheese strategy broken. Oh, I don't even know how I'm gonna win. Let's put some of these down, I guess. This isn't gonna matter either, actually. Even this won't work. Yeah. Oh, I lose. I lose big time. Kai Tai wins. Let's stop playing against him. Otherwise I'm gonna end up nerfing all of the hardware that Kai Tai's using. What happens if you delete a bot, create a new one with the same cosmetics? This is going to be a really helpful test case and should be interesting to write too. Should be able to delete a bot and then create a new one using its cosmetics. Yeah, pure code, when it says WebGL isn't there, you need to enable hardware acceleration. How's this going to work? We need an existing bot, existing blueprint, cosmetics. How do we even set the cosmetics on this thing? Oh, we can just do it this way. Dot head. We're going to set its head item to be Wait a second. Does it even validate this? Oh man, I gotta check that out. Make sure you can't create a cosmetics loadout that uses items you own but in the wrong slots. What would even happen if I did that? I'm pretty sure everything would screw up. Let me try that out. Yeah, I'm gonna need to test that. That might actually be a bug. We need to know, we need to get a cosmetic item that has the location of head. That way we don't try to put a torso item onto the bot's head. And yeah, pure code, it's still a work in progress. There are a lot of bugs, a lot of buttons that just don't work. Wait a second. We have a function somewhere that gets a random cosmetic loadout, right? This item template, generate random cosmetics loadout. Yep. Is there anything that gets it? Yeah, no, there isn't. Okay, so get random cosmetic item. Cosmetics location. Cosmetic location. This is what I want. So switch cosmetic location, case, if it's these, get all cosmetic items of location. That's going to be this filter command. Cool. So what we do here, we don't even need a case statement here. We just say this. Const all cosmetic items of location equals get and then return sample all cosmetic items of location. Perfect. Hey Chris. Then for this, we got that, return, okay, then what do we do here? We don't want to compute this 3 times. Yeah, so that means we can't make use of these extra functions. Or we just compute it 3 times. We could just cache this. As long as items don't change. Or we don't even worry about caching it. That's an optimization that's probably not even going to matter. Yeah, so we could just do things this way. Random head item equals this dot get so head, torso, and foot. And we just put these in here. Then all of this can go away. Oh wait, what? What am I doing? That's the wrong function. Great, perfect. Next, all we have to do is call into that. So cosmetics.head, we'll say const random head item ID equals esf.item template depot dot get random cosmetic item constants dot cosmetic location dot head. If I drag head to foot, it goes in head. Yeah, and hey, Holyoke, I know about that. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what happens if you were to just set it via code so that there was a head item here. I have a pretty good feeling that that would screw everything up. I wonder how we would test that though. Let's try this. We buy a head item and we take a look at Redux. We hit the commit button and then drag this over. So set editing bay cosmetics. What if we call the same thing? How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Action. Here it is. Gotcha. Okay, what if I set this to 25? I have a pretty good feeling it would screw up. So what we need to do is debug main.debug store.dispatch this. Let's try that out. What? Okay, I don't understand how that happened, but it's got the Quetzal torso. That's the torso piece. But over here it says that it's using the head piece. How in the world did that happen? Please stick to English in this stream. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but that's quite interesting. Because I bet if we set that to even the foot piece, yeah, it doesn't have 3 heads. How did that... I'm curious about how that even worked. What happened? Oh, because all we do is pass in family name here. Interesting. So all it's doing is passing in Quetzal. How... What? I don't know. All right, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's not a bug, but this is... Yeah. What, Chris? Can you give me a link to what you're talking about? I think you mean it says Ian. Cucumber, there's no gifting Botcoin. I'd have to be the one. Oh, did someone? Yes, I did. Yeah, I gave everybody 50. Because if you look through the today command, you'll see this last note. All your blueprints had their cosmetic items removed. It's due to the changes, and to compensate you for it, I gave you some Botcoin. No, so Ski Dog, what I'm testing right now should fail. It's the test that I haven't gotten to yet, this one. Make sure you can't create a cosmetics loadout that uses items you own but in the wrong slots. This is probably a real bug in the game right now, if I had to guess. So we'll probably end up fixing that. So should be able to delete a bot and then use it. Yeah, okay, great. So this needs to use random head item ID dot create. So that's the existing blueprint. Then we want to add a blueprint. New blueprint is going to have just a different ID. Hardware doesn't matter. And then we need your starting inventory to contain that item. There's no way to parameterize this right now. So I need to go fix that. That's too bad. A yellow leak. Yeah, user inventory is just hard-coded. We need a way to set the user inventory. Default user inventory. Set inventory. No, this is a bad idea too. We'll say add item to inventory. Item ID quantity. All right, here's the proper way to do this. First, we need inventory. So import inventory from here. Next, we need to do it this way. Inventory equals inventory.deserialize this.user inventory, then inventory dot, oh wait, we gotta also do this, huh? Then we need to add an item, which means we need to go create an item. This is annoying. Is Xtonomus going to stream Botland sometime? Sorry, I just find that funny. Yeah, Ski Dog's got it right. Xtonomus is the company that I created that I'm working for now. So technically Xtonomus is sort of streaming. There is a tiny difference here. I always consider the stream to be personal and the code that I'm working on to be for the business. So this distinction doesn't really matter to almost anybody out there, but when you subscribe to me or you give me bits, I'm treating that as personal income, not as business income. So if you ever cared about where your money is going when you cheer, then that kind of plays into this a bit. But I consider Botland to be a really important part of my life right now. So chances are your money is going towards something related to it at least. But I never give you that guarantee. So just FYI. Okay, so add item. First we need to create an item. I don't know how to do that. Oh, we apparently just make an item with a quantity and an item template. The item template we get from, yeah, okay, cool. So I understand all this. Now we just need to do it. Item equals new item. Item template equals get item template. Yeah. So we make a new item with these pieces of information, and then we add that item by just saying this, right? Then we set the user inventory to inventory.serialize. Perfect. Hey, apologizing. I thought it was charity. Do you think Botland's going to be a popular game? I have no idea. I think beta will tell us more about that. One of the things that I try to point out to people is that right now we're in alpha, and it was a non-goal of alpha to try to get more players in Botland. So if you look at how many accounts are currently in the game, let me look this up really fast. Okay, so if I just do select name from users, you're going to see a bunch of fake names here. So let's do select name from users where name not like percent or n%. So there are about 230 accounts, 237 accounts in Botland right now over the last probably 3 weeks. So that's this part. Yeah, there are 200 something accounts, but the goal was not to get more players. For beta, it will be to get more players. And that'll let me know whether Botland has a chance of being popular or not. Hey, Can. How do you filter out the fake names? I mean, I just got rid of all the ones that start with N because it looks like all the fake names start with N, right? So I'm actually getting rid of some of the real names. I guess it's more like 250 accounts. Because, yeah, there are actually a decent amount of names that start with N that aren't super long. Can you get the length of a string in MySQL? How long is this? 23 characters. So what if we said where name... Nah, I don't really care. This doesn't matter. Yeah, there's like 250 accounts. That's it. And yeah, Chris, it only shows you the top 100 right now. I want to fix my cosmetics on defense. I also changed a hardware on one bot. Then I went to save and got an error saying I had too many blueprints to find. Oh, Cucumber Owl. Yeah, this is... Oh, man. I never thought about this. I'm sorry. Okay, so there was a change that I made, and I now realize how this would affect people. You can now have 10 defense blueprints and 10 attack blueprints. Before, I think you could have 20 blueprints, but you could choose how they were split. So you must have had more than 10 defense ones. So the only real way for you to fix this right now is to just delete blueprints, to put yourself at 10 or below. How many do you have, out of curiosity? Actually, I could just figure that out myself. You have 19, and how many of them are for defense? Count star. And is attack equals 0. Wait, you have 6. Wait a second. Yeah. Oh no, oh my god. Oh, this is worse. Oh darn it. Alright, Cucumber Owl, you're gonna hate me for this. So when you save your defense, it also checks that your attack is valid. You have 13 attack blueprints. So there's actually, the only way for you to fix this is to reject all the changes you just made and then go into your attack, delete 3 blueprints, and commence a game. And Chris, it's going to be online permanently in beta, I hope. Is this MySQL? Yes, this is. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Ski Dog. Yeah, you can open up a new tab, Cucumber Owl. And yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, that way you don't need to reject your defense blueprints. It's very crafty, Ski Dog. I like it. Oh, yeah, so this actually illuminates perhaps a different problem. If I ever change these numbers, if I ever lower the numbers, I should say, if I ever lower the numbers, then people could run into this issue. Maybe the error should tell you attack or defense blueprints. But if it's both, then you can't fix it. You literally can't fix it. There's nothing you'd be able to do. Oh, man. All right. Oh, let's go write this down. It's not really a new bug. It's a bug that could only have happened because I changed some values. So the bug was this. Previously, you could have 20 blueprints, but you could pick how many you wanted for attack and then use up to 20 minus that number for defense. Now you can only have 10 for defense and 10 for attack. So the total is still the same. But previously you could have had, let's say, all 20 on your attack. Now that that's disallowed, if you try to attack or defend or do anything really in the game, it's going to say, hey, you got too many. But it won't tell you it's for attack, and then you have to go delete them. Want to try to draw that illusion on Paint again? I have glasses, you know. Yeah, actually the illusion is just if you look up Windows Start Menu icon for, I think, what, Windows 8? Really, any of these should work, but the flat one is the most obvious. Wait, what? Where is the... It's this one, but it was colorful. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, so if you look at this with glasses on at a small size, because light refracts differently based on its color, you'll see some weird things going on. To the point where it can actually sort of look like colors are overlapping. So that's the thing. You can just load this up yourself and try it out. Do you think you'd ever lower it? The only reason I can come up with is 1 to lower entries, 2 to create a nerf via number of unique bots. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever lower it. But the problem is if I ever do lower it and I forget to test this, then that's pretty bad. you used to be limited to 20 blueprints total across your attacks and defenses. Now you're limited This means that if you previously had more than 10 of a particular kind of blueprint, you'll have to delete some of those blueprints before you'll be able to play Botland. Also, you're still allowed 16 total scripts. Yeah. Verify object counts. So if you, hey Reed. I forgot how to pronounce your name. It's been a long time. I don't have your name in the pronunciation list. Well, hey Reed, and I'm doing well. How have you been? And let me see. If you have too many attacks, you'll get an error in defense if you try to save it. Isn't it a little bit easier to add a message to the error? Yeah, you are correct, Spider Dad. And the message for the error is only going to affect people for probably the next 2 weeks. Then I will probably reset the database again, and no one can be affected by that bug anymore. This exercise is killing me. Oh, I'm sorry, Olo. I'm not gonna help with this right now. I don't know if this is a homework problem for you or not, but either way, you should try to break the problem down into something smaller. So this is a pyramid of height 4. What if you had a pyramid of height 2? So just 2, 8, and 5, and whatever slashes exist here. How would you do it then? How would you do it if the pyramid has height 1 and just one element in it? So that should help you a little bit. Just try breaking the problem down. I didn't actually even read the problem at all. I'm just trying to give you a nudge in the right direction. Okay, got it. Yeah, I'll write that down. Blam. And usually what is going on? It should pop up a dialog saying, huh. Okay, well I guess we'll just copy paste this into here then. Got it, Red. All right, new blueprint. Cool. Then BSF dot add item to inventory head item ID 1, which means we need to remove these from here. Cool. Then we set your starting blueprint. And we do add blueprint, new blueprint. And now this should just work. There shouldn't even be a problem here. So existing blueprint goes there. Great, let's try it out. Also, hang on one sec. Okay. This is not a function. Whoops. I don't think that's a function either. Inventory.add is not a function. Apparently it's add item. Can I read property ID of undefined item template? So item template doesn't exist, which means this is wrong. It has to be. Yep, it's undefined. So how did that happen? Or is the item ID not really a real item? That is more likely. Yes. It is an item template. My bad. Yeah, I don't know how I want to do this exactly. We have get random cosmetic item, and this is returning a template right now. like could just say get random cosmetic item template and be obvious. Have you ever played Scratch? I'm not sure if you mean the programming interface when you say Scratch, because I've never heard of a game called Scratch. But I don't think I've ever used Scratch either. But then again, I might be misinterpreting your question. I'm not totally sure what you're asking. All right, so here's the template. The ID of this thing. The ID we have to get here. Yeah, this is just a struct. Yeah, I don't think I've used it. I think I opened it once on my Raspberry Pi and I just closed it almost immediately. So I don't really think I've tried it out. So item ID is 62. We now have an item template here. And then it says cosmetics not possible given inventory. Oh, whoops. I never deleted the blueprint. Whoops. bsf.delete blueprint 1. Ah, sneezes. Okay. Hey, cool, it works. Nice. And we technically tested both parts of this. One was to see what if you try to use an item that you own but not enough of, which better be another test. Do I have a test like that? Yeah. Test trying to add a bot that uses an item you own but not enough of it. Yeah, it is like Blockly, which is why in my Blockly command I say why it resembles Scratch. Okay, let's take a look at code coverage, and then I think it's probably lunchtime. So code coverage, in order to run that, we need to do gulp test cov. This should work. Yeah, nice. So what's our coverage? We are at 86.21% and branches 26 out of 46. So there's still some large swaths of code that we need to test, things like this. Oh yeah. No, Chris, that definitely happens. That's why I think having this to-do list is so important. Writing tests is pretty easy to not lose context because I have my test description here and I have the code usually right there. So if I'm like, hey, where did I leave off? I usually just look at what's the last line of code I wrote. So we don't need a then here for any of this. Yeah, that is where we'll leave off for now. The rest of the afternoon is going to be just writing more tests. It is currently 12:42. I'm going to be streaming until about 5 p.m. today, and lunch will be about 30 minutes. So, oh, wait a second. I might have to call my accountant. Hang on, let me check my email really fast, because I might need to... Let me check something. Yeah, I did not get an email. All right, fine. I'll set my lunch thing for 40 minutes. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, I'll be back for like 3.5 hours when I get back. So thank you all for watching so far. I'll see you guys after my lunch break. There. Yeah. Take care. Alright. Hey everyone. I called my accountant 3 times over my lunch break. Got a busy signal every time. But yeah, lunch was delicious. I had tacos. Last night was taco night. So my wife went running last night. I went to the gym. And then we met up, went to the grocery store, came home, and she said, I'm too tired to make tacos. But I got them today. Actually, I had them last night too. We were just making different kinds of tacos. Hey, Dan. And hey, everybody else. So what happens if you delete a bot, create a new one with the same cosmetics? That's done. Yep. Test trying to add a bot that uses an item you own, but not enough of it. Wait. Yeah, we can do that here. Should not be able to use more of a cosmetic item than you own. And then this will hit a snag. Where though? Yeah, I don't know where. Let's just print it out. How are the tests going? How many of them have you completed? I've completed 9. And they're going pretty well. My coverage is up to 26 branches out of 46 branches. So I'm at 57%. We're going to try to get that number to 100% today. We'll see how that works. Okay, let's try running this tab. Whoop, nope, not that. R fun. Validate total counts did not throw exception. I didn't expect it to. I expect something else to. I'm just not sure what. So we're going to use the test. That's not correct. Well, that's definitely not correct. Where's the error? Cosmetics not possible given inventory. Where does that come from? Once all this is done, what happens next? Well, this week, the entirety of the week is devoted to stabilization. So there are other bug fixes I can do. There's refactoring. There are more tests that I can write. It's going to be really pretty boring tasks this week, I think. Also, this stuff can go away. Yeah. So we're just going to try to keep stabilizing. Then next week is when we can start working on new things. Next week, so I hired a sound designer. He might be free starting next week. And then I might be working in some audio into the game. Then there's also a lot of UI that needs to be worked on and a bunch of features in progressing toward beta. So yeah. Yeah, they can get complex, but writing tests is usually not very engaging and not very... It's not exciting. So cosmetics not possible given inventory comes from 2 places. There and there. Validate blueprint cosmetics and then validate across all blueprints. So assert for user in this case, I don't think we really need to worry about this, but I'm not sure which one of these it's coming from. It could be this one, assert synon.spy.assert. Let's try that. Maybe audio next week. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be free. Could be this one then. There we go. All right, I'm happy with that. So that one's done. Make sure you can't create a cosmetics loadout that uses items you own but in the wrong slots. Should not be able to specify a cosmetic item that you own but in the wrong slot. Time for a sin on through. Yeah, perhaps. I am usually copy pasting this stuff. So we get a random item. We make a new blueprint using that item, but we put it in the torso section. And something should go wrong here. But I have a feeling nothing's going to go wrong, which is bad. Oh, hey, wait a second. We can't put this in the catch. We have to put this after the catch. Otherwise, it's a test bug, because if the test succeeds, we'll have expected this to fail, but it won't. Oh, how are we going to do this? I guess we need a finally after this. Yeah, I guess all the catches should be changed to finally. Hey, Dooney. Or we add... Now, let me just fix the existing test. So this changes to a finally. Yeah, anywhere that we don't use error, which is actually everywhere. So let's just search for this. There. And hey, 7x EDD. Do I still have another catch? Yes, here. This one in particular, like I said, will probably actually be an error. Error, this should not have succeeded. And if it does fail, we want to know why. Something's wrong. There. All right, that is a real bug. Wow. Yeah, so nothing checks to see whether you made a cosmetic loadout that makes sense. Interesting. You could exploit this right now to equip items that you own to the wrong slot, which, as we saw, will just represent. So if you own Wasp Head, then you can equip any of the three of them, the torso or the foot item as well, just by owning this, but only one. So we found a real bug. Now how do we fix it? I think here we just make sure, yeah, this should be pretty easy. Make sure items were placed in the appropriate slots. E.g., don't allow a torso item in the foot section. Did you write all your tests? No, not yet. I haven't. The last hour was mostly lunch, so you didn't miss a lot. How do we do this? Cosmetics loadout. Oh, we have, whoa, what? Ensures that this loadout is valid, meaning you've only used cosmetic items of the right to, I have a function for this, I just never called it. This does not check to see if you have these items. Wow. Wow, that's all I needed to do was just call this function. Assert cosmetics loadout.validate item template depot. Oh, that's easy. So I must have called this at some point in the code and I just deleted it? Yep. That's too bad. Well, feels good to at least fix something. The only thing is I'm not sure. So cosmetics loadout did not validate. Not sure what the error message should be, but this should now print out the error that we just did. Yeah, cosmetics loadout did not validate. How do we test this? We just need to know validate blueprint cosmetics failed. Yeah, that's fine. We can just put a spy there. Sorry if I interrupt you. Why don't you use WebStorm? In my opinion, it's better than Sublime Text. So Dooney, don't ever worry about interrupting. It's on me to not get distracted, not you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on Twitch. Second, I use Sublime because I think I'm pretty efficient at it. There are probably some minor gains I could get by switching to a real IDE or a more fully fledged one. But I think they're minor. I think I'd usually need to pay for the product, and I would need to learn the product as well. And like I said, I don't think there's much lacking right now with Sublime. So in general, those are my reasons. No, Void Dreamer, you're not supposed to find it. Just someday it's going to exist, and that'll be that. So we have the spy here. We just call finally, and synon.assert.through spy. Done. Let's write that. Hey, mini man. Run test.finally is not a function. What? Is this not using the right kind of promise? Huh, it's not. Wow. Wow. Yeah, interesting. Cosmetics loadout did not validate. Expected true, actual false. Well, I don't care about this. We made a spy on this, didn't we? Unless I screwed something up. There's an assert there. We make a spy. Oh my god. Alright. No, this won't work. We need a catch and then a finally. Oh, darn it. Alright, fine. So we put dot catch error. And then everything works. Yeah. So let's run all of the tests again. See where we are. We have 11 tests that are passing. And we have a bunch of stuff printing out that I don't know where that's coming from. Item ID, where are you? Here. Great, cool. Let's run code coverage and take a look at what we've got here. Close out of that, probably close out of that stuff too. Go back to here. We are at 28 out of 46 branches. Well, gotta get the rest of that. Let's keep working. So this was a real bug. This uncovered a real bug. What happens if I set my new script's ID to a random number above 0? This is technically not a problem, and we've already tested it. Do I say add blueprint? Note this technically also tests whether we're allowed to specify non-negative IDs for objects. It's possible that the client does this, but it shouldn't matter. So that's done. What happens if I set the ID to a script I already have? What did this mean? What did this mean? Oh, if you create a new script, but you already had that script? Did I test that? I guess I didn't explicitly test it, but I pretty much tested it by doing this. The first time you add this blueprint with ID 1, it's going to work. The next 10 times you try, it's not going to work. So yeah, I think I already basically test this with the maximum number of blueprints test. What happens if I set the ID to be the same as a script I've marked for deletion? Yeah, what does happen in that case? My uncle, I don't agree with that. IDEs being overloaded, so things that slow your workflow down. I think unless you mean your CPU is not able to keep up with the IDE, that is possible, I guess. But in that case, it's usually a poorly written IDE. But if you're talking about there are lots of features that you might not use, that's sometimes even a good thing because there are a lot of features you have access to. Void dreaming. You can disable all the things you don't use? That I'm not aware of. Yeah, hide them usually. But sometimes there's things that happen in the background or indexing is slow or something. Yeah, what happens here? And I'm not even sure what should happen here. If you set an ID, yeah, this should probably be disabled. Let's find out. Should not be able to make a new script whose ID is the same as one you just deleted. How does this work? We need to make a new script. So we have a script. We register it as your starting script. We delete it. Then we make another script. We should just take the script builder and just generate 2 of these. So we make 2 of these. Script, so this is existing script. And this is the new one, new script. bsf.add script, new script. And what should happen here? Who knows? I definitely don't. So let's just close out of those things and run the test and find out what happens. Hey, Tupper box. So this apparently marks it as working. I wonder what's going on. Let's print out the changes and just find out. And would this break anything? Deleted scripts 1, new script 1. What would happen here? We should probably prevent you from doing this. No, this is Mocha Ola. What would this do? Yeah, I don't understand if this would even have an impact on the code base. First, you go to delete scripts. Do you delete scripts first? That doesn't happen first. Actually, the first thing you do is try to make a new one. Oh, this is just the client mapping. No, this shouldn't matter. I should really test this though. So new script ID is taken from the database. So you'll get a number like 700 or something. And you'll just say that the old ID, which happened to have been 1, which was already in use, will correspond to that. So does this screw up anything else? Correct script ID. Point to the new one. Yeah, you can't control what this value is going to be though. At best, what you could do here is use this to update one of your blueprints, which you already could have done. Why is this a bad thing? Best sellers, you mean the thing that I'm talking about right now? So clients are allowed to specify what got deleted, what got added, and what got updated. And if you say, hey, I deleted script number 1, like here, I'm crafting a malicious request that says something like, delete script number 1. At the same time, add script number 1. So you're deleting your existing one and you're potentially making a brand new one or maybe even the same one. I don't think there's any malicious output to this. Yeah, deletion happens first. So actually deletion doesn't happen first. The new scripts get added first. So what happens is the server says, we're going to add the script you wanted to add, and you thought the ID that you wanted to add was 1. So remember that, this is 1. Then the ID mappings get used in the new blueprint. So if we saw that you were using ID 1 in that blueprint, we're now going to map it to the new one, which is going to be picked by the database, which could be something like 7. That's actually totally fine. What you're doing is you're updating a blueprint you didn't expect to update. Oh wait, but it might not. No, that's just new blueprints. What about updated blueprints? Might not mark it as updated. But the game might. I think we should just stop you from doing this. Hey, Colwer. Huh. And by the way, Drew, the other way that this works, do I have Vim? Yeah. The other way this works is if you're typing stuff, then colon is obviously not going to exit the program. It's going to type a colon. So the way to exit insert mode is Control C or Control left bracket. So Control C or Control left bracket, or actually even escape, I think, yeah. These are the 3 defaults I think they have for Vim. So technically the way to exit pretty much at any time is to do Control left bracket, then colon, then Q, then enter. But it only harms your own blueprints in the worst case. I'm actually not positive about the worst case here. But I'm pretty sure it would only harm your own blueprints even if it would be harming them. I don't even think it'd be harming them. I think it'd just be changing them. If you prevent the ability to delete and then add a script, and if a user deletes a script because of the... No, Ski Dog, I'm not going to prevent you from... So deleting and adding at the same time, always going to be fine. Deleting a script and then customizing the packets sent to the server so that you're adding a script with the same ID. This is questionable. I'm not even sure if it's bad, but it's questionable. So I should probably just disable it. Why don't you make it delete stuff before things are created? I think the best way to do this is just prevent this from even happening. Like, the client shouldn't be specifying this to begin with, so I think we just disable it entirely. I don't know what the fallout would be, and I don't want to have to go through some extensive proof that, like, yeah, it's fine, and then turns out later that no, it's not. I think I'll just disable it. The client, so here's the deal. If you play Botland normally, you will never, ever, ever have this happen. It's only for people who are trying to hack the system that I need to figure out how to stop this, or is this even a problem? Rather than figure out if it's a problem, there's no benefit to this. There's only a potential downside. So since there's no benefit, I'll just disable it. Yeah, I think disabling makes the most sense here. So we need to put this code into the validator somewhere. So deleted, yeah, this would be in changes. So if you add a new blueprint, what happens if you try updating something you deleted? Assert player already owns object. Player blueprints and player scripts. But if you deleted this, so as long as we validate deletions first here, yeah. Validate deletions first so that you don't try later reusing an ID that you've deleted. All right, let's take a look at some more stuff now. Available player scripts. Available player scripts. Assert that they own it. Where does that happen? Gotta be very careful about this. Good. This is fine. So then when you delete one, what happens? Good. That's also fine. So then assert that you already own it. We should just check the available ones, not the original ones. So available blueprints and available scripts. And this should just fix this bug automatically, right? Not quite yet. We should not have hit this success case. Oh, whoops. No, that's for updates. Although that actually is correct. So for new objects, make sure the script ID is just not part of the deletions. if find, actually validate script could really do that, right? Where's this called from? Updates, new. Yeah, let's do it there. Make sure you didn't try deleting this script. This dot, where does it come from? Script changes dot deletions. Although actually we keep track of those first, right? So this would just be outputted as changes. This dot changes dot deleted scripts. Yeah, that. And we want to find the script ID. Is that going to work? Yeah, that should work. Trying to add or update a script that you already deleted. Let's try that now. Still not working. Oh, what did I do wrong? This part isn't working correctly then? Let's take a look. This dot changes dot deleted scripts and script ID. Deleted script is 1 and script ID is 1. Well, that means that I apparently don't understand Lodash. So let's go find out. Let's look at the find function. Has Botland driven me insane yet? No, not quite yet. Yeah, here we go. Try and REPL. Ready for this? So we have IDs is 1 and ID is the number 1, supposed to be the array 1. And now we want to do underscore dot find ID's ID. What is this? And where does console output go? Undefined. What? Yeah, this doesn't work how I expected. So we could do it this way though, and say ID. No, that works. Okay, fine. We'll just do it this way. We'll say validate script ID. Find uses a predicate function, just use contains. Yeah, you're right about that. I just expect it. Wait, what? Contains isn't a thing anymore. It includes, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely better. Thanks, this way. So the first thing to do is this. The next thing to do is this. Includes that. Perfect. But I only did this for scripts. I also need to do this for blueprints. This also didn't even work. Oh man, what am I doing? Is this, all right, let's just, this is the whole reason why I have a file called low-test. Includes IDs 1. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I wanted, Oh, I just never called the function. Wow, amazing. Truly amazing. There we go. Oh boy. Well, you know, you make some silly mistakes just about 1,000,000 times as a coder. And you just hope you don't make it another 1,000,000 times. Me, I'm already up to 2,000,000. There we go. Great. That's what I expect. We need to do the same thing for blueprints. So we have validate blueprint ID. Let's change all of these. Okay, same thing here. We have a custom assert for this though. Oh boy. Make sure you didn't try deleting this blueprint. Yeah. And then do we use the ID anywhere else? We do. What is this? This is not right. Oh God, I copy pasted something. Oh man. The test should have tested that though. In fact, I have a test for that. It's right here. Why did this fail? Blueprint is attack should have thrown. Huh. Okay, I'm curious about that. And there is whippers. There's a command for everything. Okay, we really should go run that other test, the one about is attack. I don't know how that didn't fail earlier. So now it's probably passing because I just fixed it, but how did it succeed back when this was is integer blueprint ID? Yeah, no, there's something wrong with this test. Huh, strange. So we add the blueprint, we call run test, and we assert that this threw this particular error. So the only way for that to happen is if this is not an integer. This didn't even get hit. What is going on? No. Something's very wrong. Yeah, something's very wrong here. If I change this to deserialized blueprint, does this have any impact whatsoever? Nope, not even happening here. You know that. So how could I have screwed this up? I should just run this through a debugger. Yeah, we're definitely getting here, and then apparently it thinks that this did throw. So if I change this to something like validate script, this won't throw. Wait a sec. Yeah, this won't throw. So this function is throwing an error. I just don't know where. And this is how we can find it. There. This should tell us exactly what's going wrong. Slot configuration did not exist. Wow, so this was totally not even the right problem that I was searching for. But that means hardware is wrong, right? Blueprint selector. No, it's blueprint builder. Hardware. What is going on? Okay, yeah, this is unexpected. It's coming from here. This did not work. Strange. We deserialize this here. Let's see what's going on. So the serialized one has a hardware config of 1. How did that happen? Oh no, create unsafe must have a copy paste error. Okay, well, at least I realized it. Right here. Yep, there it is. Copy paste error. Oh, that's great. At least now my tests are testing what they should. Hooray! We see red. It's actually expected this time. Now to fix that, we change this back to what it should have been, which is boolean blueprint.isAttack. That should fix this problem. Good. Then we get rid of these. And get rid of these. And we run all the tests, and they should work. Okay, 3 of these are failing. Yeah, I think I changed where these functions are. Validate cosmetics across blueprints. This should not be able to use more of a cosmetic item than you own here. This could just be coming from the wrong location now. But what did fail? This one in particular was isAttack is not a boolean. Another typical problem. IsAttack starts at null, so if you don't call this, it's going to be set to null. Let's just set it to false by default. Otherwise, we're forcing you to make it, which I don't think is a good idea. Yeah, now everything passes. Hooray! Things work again. Let's get back to the test that I was writing. Should not be able to make a new script. Yeah, and then I need to test the same thing with blueprints. You also shouldn't be able to update a script that you deleted. Yeah, so let's get rid of this stuff. So this throws an error from whatever it's called. Validate script ID. There. So that should work. Yep. Great. Oh, there's a million more tests. So you should not be able to make a new script whose ID is the same as one you just deleted. Fine. Should not be able to update a script whose ID is the same as one you've deleted. This is exactly the same function. I changed 2 parts of it. It's whenever a programmer says something like that you really should refactor this into a single function that tests 2 things. Not sure how I'd do that. Oh, wait a sec. What if I did this? I said add script and update script and then assert that this was called multiple times. Wait, this won't even be right, will it? Yeah, I think there's a way to do this. There's through. No, there's something about a count here. Isn't there a call count? Passes if spy was called exactly num times. I want to know that it asserted a certain number of times. Let's try this. Call count spy comma 2. Does that work? No. Expected it to be called twice, but it was... Oh yeah, that's right. It will only be called once because it throws an error, so then it can't call it a second time. Yeah, so then we can't bundle tests like this. I just got to get rid of that, and then this will work. Expected to be called, what, 0 times? What was called once? Oh, whoops, I got to change this back to through. Yeah, got it. Great, that's working. Same thing with blueprints now. Should not be able to update a blueprint whose ID is the same as one you just deleted. So we make a blueprint builder, just kind of the same way we did up here. Great. Existing blueprint, updated blueprint. There. That should be the 14th test, not a function. No, create is not a function. What did I do wrong? Oh, that's what. Yeah, got it. Which keyboard do I use? Hey, Toxic Froggin. I use this, the ergonomic keyboard that I just pasted in. Occasionally, I use this keyboard that I keep on the floor. This is an Ergodox. But I haven't really gotten very good at this keyboard yet. So most people wouldn't want to watch me use this. Anyway, I'm not going to try it now. At some point I will try it again. Do you ever accidentally delete code working that fast? I make silly mistakes. I don't know about deleting code necessarily. But if I do, then I can usually revert it or something. Yeah, a lot of people have been espousing test-driven development, and I should try it at some point. I don't think it would make this any less tedious, though. There's one more. Should not be able to make a new blueprint. So this is new blueprint. This is add blueprint, and everything else is the same. Get saves the day indeed. Yeah, I do that too, the soiler. I think it's a really good practice to get into. So I'm going to write a comment in here. Ensures that the it's valid. No, this is not important. The important part is this. Make sure you didn't try deleting this script in the same request. I don't know exactly what the fallout of this would be, but there's no possible benefit of allowing this, so we prevent it here. The same thing for validate blueprint ID. Make sure you didn't try, okay, yeah. See the comment in validate script ID for why this is here. Yeah, Kiffer, I definitely agree with that stuff. There are a lot of benefits to it. It's the kind of thing where I feel like there's a startup cost to everything, and sometimes the assumed cost is more than the real cost. So for example, let's say I wanted to learn how to juggle, just simple juggling. I might think, oh, that's a really hard skill to learn, so I'll just never do it. And there, you've made the startup cost more than it really is. So same thing with test-driven development. I could try it at some point, and to get started is probably not that hard. But in my mind, it's this big thing, and I have to subscribe to this philosophy and get their newsletter, and I don't know. All right, test creating a blueprint by using an item that you already have in use. I think I did this already. This is the same test as this one. Should not be able to use more of a cosmetic item than you own. Yeah. How do you add line breaks automatically? That's coming from a plugin called Doc Blocker. And then I just press Alt-Q. I have a ruler set up for 80 characters. I can show you how to do that too if you want. Yeah, I don't think this is a different test than what I already have. Right? Test creating a blueprint by using an item that you already have in use. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is done. Test creating a blueprint by using an item that you don't even own. An item that you don't even own. Do I have any tests for that? No. It's technically this. But fine, let's write a test for that too. Hey, it's Slap. It's going pretty well. I've been writing tests all day. We've gotten through, I think, 60% of the branches in this class. So we're just 40% left, and I got 3 hours to do it. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we'll add another test for should not be able to use a cosmetic item that you don't own at all. I don't like having to type backslashes there. I know I could use double quotes, but whatever. So we just don't add this to your inventory, and that's it. Done. That should fail. So let's run just that test and see if that works. Yeah, there's a different function that's throwing an exception. I believe it is validate cosmetic. This one. Yeah, this function is actually totally pointless. And I wrote why it's totally pointless here. So here's what I do. You make a blueprint. You say something like, all right, I got the wasp head, and I've got the Quetzal torso, and I've got the default foot. And then you make another blueprint, and you're like, oh, by the way, I'm using the wasp head and the Quetzal torso and the default foot. What's going to happen is at the end, it's going to go through all your blueprints and just collect these up. And it's going to see that you wanted 2 of these, you wanted 2 of these, and you wanted 2 of these. Yeah, okay, never mind. I had a question to myself there. And it's going to say, do you have these in your inventory? So there's no reason to check individually. Do you have 1 of these in your inventory? Do you have 1 of these in your inventory? Because eventually we're going to check it for all of them. So I wonder if I should get rid of this. Like originally, I guess it was for more fine-grained error handling, but it really doesn't matter. For the user to try adding an item that they don't have, they'd have to try modifying the client. I'm sure people will try doing that, but it's not, if they don't get an error message when they do that, that's fine. So for example, here, you drag this onto your bot, you click save, it says success. You try dragging it on, you can't do that. If they change the client, they right click this and, re-enable the element, and then they're able to drag it on, they don't need to get a good error message for that. It can just tell you you can't save your defense. Remember about the loadout.validate function that you call, which fixed other tests? That was slightly different. So there are 2 things to validate. One is, did you try equipping a certain location at the wrong location? For example, placing wasp head on the torso. And 2 is, do you own the items you're trying to use? So for example, trying to use 2 wasp heads when you only have 1. So the thing you're talking about is what fixed this problem, the first one. But the second one is what I'm talking about now. New Twitch navigation rolls out. Huh, neat. Yeah, I wonder what that's going to do for view counts for creative. I'll have to find out. Yeah, I think this function should be done away with. All we need to do is make sure that this exists. That's it. Whether or not you have the right items seems pointless. So yeah, I think we get rid of this. Yeah. Done. Okay. Oh no, where's my water? No. Where did I put that? I'll be right back. Okay, I brought it downstairs at lunchtime. Oh, cool. And hey, Yesh Crowley. I will write this down. Do you mind? So the soiler in East Scrolly, do you guys mind telling me exactly how exactly did you get here? Okay, there. Yeah, so I don't think that was necessary anymore. Then we still need to test this. It just should come from this. And that should be that. Perfect. It's working. Browse communities, game development. Interesting. I wonder if I have this. Because let's just go to Twitch TV and find out what's going on. No, wait, I don't want to show someone else's stream. I already muted it. But do I have the browse thing? Aha! It is there. Communities. Where's game development on this? Oh, it's way down here. Okay. I was just curious. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for telling me. Yeah, it's always helpful to know how this happens. By the way, for anyone new to the stream, the FAQ really covers a lot, but if you want to play the game today, you can. And if you ever want to know what I'm working on, there's also the today command, which I try to keep updated. Right now, I'm just writing tests. That part's probably pretty obvious. Try creating, okay, so that's done. Try updating a blueprint by using an item you already have in use. Yeah, I really need a test for this. The problem is the code is so similar. I'd like to just be able to write 2 of these. Communities will get a lot more attention now, though. Yeah. Wonder if there's going to be any way that they get exploited. Like, what if people just made 1 mega community? Because that gave the most visibility. Zeffy, is that sarcasm? It sounds like sarcasm. In a new blueprint. We'll test this in an updated blueprint as well. It's just so easy to write these things differently. I wonder if there's a way to make this code test both tests at once. Wait a second, what happened here? This existing blueprint doesn't matter at all, does it? No, it doesn't. But here it matters. So we need to update it so that it uses this. And then this test should fail. Or well, the test should pass. The thing it's testing should fail. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so this is done as far as I'm concerned. Make sure you can relocate an item when you're at max. Yeah, that's done. Make sure we're treating attack and defense blueprints separately. This is a really good test. Oh, no, really? Okay. I see. So where's add blueprint? Here. Should be able to use a single cosmetic item on 1 attack and 1 defense blueprint concurrently. So we make a new attack blueprint on blueprint builder equals this. Is attack, new attack blueprint and new defense blueprint. There we go. We add both of these and both of them should work. So there should be nothing caught here whatsoever. 5 days left for 300 days of work. Yeah, it's crazy to think about. 5 days more will put us, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a Wednesday of next week. What happened here? Number of existing blueprints, 0 plus additions is not equal to available. It only created one. Oh, the ID. Yeah, Occam's razor. What languages do I know? And how long have I been coding for? Actually, you know what? All these things are answered in the FAQ, I think. Is this a browser-based game? It is for right now, Ono Snakes. So the how long have you been programming for is something I actually don't tend to answer. So that's not really on there. And then what's the other one you asked? Is this your job? Yeah. This is botline, your full-time job. So it is. There are a lot of other follow-up questions you might have, like, wait, if this is your job, how are you making money? And that's over here. I'm not really making money. Do you plan on making money? Yes. So there's a lot of this stuff already answered in the FAQ. I try to do a good job of keeping these up to date with questions people actually ask. Certainly more than a day. What is that about Ono Snakes? And thanks, Occam's razor. Oh. That's, yeah, got it. Never mind. I forgot context altogether. How's your code splitting? Did you manage to make it load faster? No. I only implemented the ability to split code. I never actually split the code. This finally passed? No, wait. Ooh, that's not good. Cosmetics not possible given inventory. Ooh, that's definitely not good. Because this should be possible. Never mind. I never added this item to the inventory. So as far as this is concerned, you don't own this item. Yep, it's okay, Oku. Could have just said that. Sometimes succinctness is not easy to accomplish when you're trying to think of code at the same time. Great. One more test passing. Those are all those tests. Now what about these? We can't just join lines here. Wait, I should do this. There. Okay. Correspond to the existing ones, yeah. Should have been comments originally. So these are the remaining tests. We don't need to do in front of every single one of them. How do you do that? What's the key binding? Are you talking about multiple cursors? I actually did a Sublime blog post and whoops. There we go. Yeah, I did a blog post, and at the bottom of this blog post, I talk about how there's a video. Where is it? Yeah, this video. If you watch this, I have a contrived example of some code, and I go through it. As far as multiple cursors, the Sublime default is Control-D. Make sure you're only deleting blueprints that you own and already exist. Yeah, okay. So what does this do? Should not be able to delete a blueprint that you do not own. Doesn't matter if it exists or not. Oh yeah, the keyboard shortcut's Control-D, like I said. And then you can select a bunch. There's a lot of different things you can do actually with this. You can select some and then choose to skip over others. So I could do something like this if I want. That you can expand a selection arbitrarily up and down. You can select just a block of text if you want. There's a lot of different things you can do in Sublime. Always feel free to ask me, definitely. But I do suggest you check out that blog post. So this technically tests both of these, right? Make sure you're only deleting blueprints that you own. and that exist. I guess we should just add a positive test case here. Should be able to delete a blueprint that you do own. Yeah, fine. So we don't need a script for this. That's pointless. So here's our blueprint. Register that you started with this blueprint, then call delete on that blueprint and make sure everything works. That's it. That's the whole test. 4 lines of code. We try running it. Yep, it worked. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. Make sure you're only deleting scripts that you own. There technically is not a test for this, is there? Should not be able to delete a script that you do not own. By the way, I feel the need to point this out to any new followers today. You'll get a link from BotLad. That's the bot that I wrote. You'll get a link from BotLad that looks like spam, and it's not spam. I suggest you click it. That's all I'll say. So we make a script, and we try to delete the script, and it should work. Cool. Wait, no, this is not the right test. Whoops, I wrote the wrong test here. Should be able to delete a script that you own, and then should not be able to delete a script that you don't own. There. This needs... This needs to be in a different location. This is probably validate deleted scripts. If it's easy. Why is it still only running for one of these things? It should be running for all of my tests. Hey, perfect. Great. Make sure you're only updating blueprints that you own. Yeah. So should not be able to update a blueprint that you do not own. So we get a blueprint, register it. Wait, no, this doesn't matter at all. Yeah, we don't have any starting ones. We call update blueprint on that blueprint. Everything's totally valid. Validate. Where exactly does this come from? Right here. Assert player already owns object. There. Thanks, Ono Snakes. Yeah, if you want to find out more about how that works, I wrote up a little... Well, I wrote up a write-up. I did a write-up on it. This did not throw exception. I don't believe you. Yeah, I don't believe this. This comes from here. Validate the blueprint. And then make sure you own it. What is the error that we're getting? Because that'll give us some more information. Number of existing blueprints does not equal available number. What? Yeah, what? This is what should fix this. Uh-oh. Oops. Yeah. Hey, Arya. Yeah, this should be in the other order. And really, any place we do that needs to be in that same order. This is still not working. This is here. We call run test. We don't own this. It should throw an error. Let's print some of these things. ID of object. This should be the number 1. Yeah, it is. And then what we search through is what's available to you. And apparently this contains the number 1, which I don't expect. Hey, Tony. There we go. Yeah, it does. I don't know why. Huh. Well, we got to figure out how this got into this object. This shouldn't be here. I don't think this should be here. If I change time allowed, did I get that? No. That's actually covered by the FAQ as well, believe it or not. I've just never fixed that after the 1.5 years of streaming. It's not worth fixing, I think. So validate updated. Where else do we do this? Updated and new. And given that both of these will set the available player blueprint afterward, I don't think this function needs to. That should fix this. Perfect. Yeah, so there's a lot of tiny things that were possibly wrong here, and I'd rather I find them than you guys find them. Make sure you're only updating scripts that you own. So should not be able to update a script that you don't own. So we make a script here. We try updating it. This should all be valid. Yeah. Can't you just do if time is greater than 45? Oh, so, oh no snakes, what I'm saying is it's not actually a problem. If you, I can just do this and show you. So if you change this to something like 900, and let's just change one of these things, it's going to start counting down from 900, but as soon as 45 seconds have passed, the server will know that your time is up, so it won't let you do anything. So I'll come back to this in a couple of minutes if I remember, and we'll try clicking buttons and it won't work. Did I run this test? I don't actually remember if I did. Should not be able to update a script that you do not own. This is not working. Let's try that. Cannot read property head ID of undefined. How? Oh, update. Oh, whoops. Because I typed the wrong thing. Hey, Mr. Cheap. And hey, Wild Thing. Hooray, it worked. All right, nice. Now we can get rid of these, which are here. 23 tests. Make sure new scripts have valid code. Correctness and length. Yeah. Should not be able to specify bad code for a script. So we'll give it code eval foo. This is valid JavaScript, but it's not valid for botland. And when I say to add the script, this should fail, and it should fail in something, yeah, there. Is JavaScript code valid? Rather, whatever calls that. Validate script, I guess, is what's going to fail. We could put a custom error. JS code invalid. All right, JS code invalid is what we want to use here. By Chief Lights. You get 1 point every 10 minutes, oh no snakes. So the custom assert is that this code is valid. We put this here. We use JS code invalid, and we say script code is not valid. Then for the test, we make sure that this through with errors.js code invalid. And this comes from validate script. Cool. This worked. Yeah, this worked. It wouldn't unicorn. You're gonna watch that link potentially and be pretty disappointed. I haven't actually taken an English typing test. Well, not for the stream. I figured it wasn't worth sharing. It's more like buy very expensive lights. Hey, it could potentially be cheaper. Let's see what I get when I run it. 23 points. That was not much cheaper. So this is correctness. Then there's also code length that we need to validate. So when you specify invalid code, and when you specify should not be able to specify code that's too long for a script. So we'll say code that is too long equals repeat a. Oh, it's got to be valid code though, so we can't do that. So we need to do. We need to get tricky about this. We need to say update equals function. And then in here we put the repeat. I gotta be careful about this. Okay, let me think about this. We should try to create just this, and we need to make sure that we get whatever the max length of code is, which I don't even know what it is. Max code, where is it? Max script name length, max script. Oh, come on, what did I call it? What did I even set it to? Ah, here it is, max JavaScript uncompressed code length. Then we use this code in here. We try making the script. Should say code is invalid. Let's try running this. This should succeed, but we need to make sure that we didn't screw this part up by just setting this to like the number 5. And now this should fail. Perfect. Yeah, because here's what we made our code equal to. Yeah, this is working great. Okay, so we need to make sure that we've specified valid code that just happens to be too long. So we can't do anything malicious here. The only real way for this to work though, like let's say in the future I change it so that update needs to be named update 2 for some reason. This test will fail, or sorry, this test will still succeed, but it'll succeed for the wrong reason. And that's that this will be invalid because it's invalid, not because it's just too long. How can I pay attention to Twitch chat, answer, code, and debug? For deprogramming. I mean, I have been doing this for 1.5 years now. And yeah, that's not the real answer. I do pay attention to chat. I don't pay attention to it when it goes super fast and it's not related to whatever I'm doing and no one's tagging me. So every once in a while, people start talking about just random stuff. And I'll try to chime in if I can, but I don't want to do a conversation injustice by sharing my opinion based on the last 2 lines and not just reading the whole thing. So how do I do this? I need to make sure that this function that gets code works correctly. We'll have to add this in the test framework. Hey, Toulouse. Get code that is too long. No, get code of length. String length. Or just length, I don't know, length is fine. It's going to be this function. And length is going to be here. This generates valid for botland code that may be of invalid length. The reason it's a function is so that we can test the validity of the resulting code when it's a short length. That way we know that changes to the development code won't affect the test. Dan, I can't keep up with this conversation. All right. The very first thing we need to do is up here. We say assert this dot get code of length 5 is valid. Ensure get code of length is working. So assert this dot software validator dot is something something. I don't know what the something something is code valid code. If this function fails, it means that something changed in the software validator that will affect the results of our test, such that we'll think they pass, or we'll think they're such that they'll pass for the wrong reasons. Yeah. Great. Now this is apparently never used anymore. I don't know how that happened. Apparently that's how that happened. Hey, Fenster. Yeah, people don't mind this keyboard, I think. On the other keyboard that I'm trying to get used to, I think people are a little more torn on this. This one's apparently louder. I might switch to that. I just need to get good enough at it. Alright, code that is too long. We will now do this over here. BSF.get code of length, max code length. There. Great, it's still working. The new one's prettier. It's not louder. Hey, Moonshell. And yeah, it is Ergodox. I was wondering what would it be like to type. I want to see this. What would it be like to type with one hand on an Ergodox and the other hand on a regular keyboard? I don't even think I can show you guys this. All right. Oh wait, is this even working? No. Huh, apparently you can't unplug just half the keyboard. Does that work? Yeah. This is a test. It's not actually that weird to do, since I'm already used to having an ergonomic keyboard. Ah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, stash of keyboards under the table. At one point, well, actually I kind of do. I have another keyboard over here. I can't type on this one though. Alright, back to work. Did I build it or buy it? I did neither, actually. So a friend of mine ordered one that had printed keycaps and red switches, and he got that one, which had brown switches and no printed keycaps. And it was the company's error, so they just let him keep it, and he thought, I don't need 2 keyboards, so he gave it to me. It's very nice of him. It's not a joke. That's true. It's an Ergodox Easy. Make sure new scripts have valid names. So I need to try to specify an invalid name. I guess scripts don't really care about this, huh? Delete a script. Delete a script. Valid properties for updated scripts. So should validate name of new scripts. So, okay. I like it. Alright, so we build a script with an invalid name. Invalid name in this case is going to be, I could have sworn we already did this. Oh, for blueprints we did it. Not for this. So invalid name length is going to be max script name length, which is this one. We really only should be adding 1, not 5. Otherwise we're not testing things correctly. There. Invalid name, got it. Why is this a let and not a const? No reason. So we make a script with the invalid name. We try to add it. And then we set a spy. For probably validate name length, whatever the function's called, validate script name. Doesn't do that, it's just here. Yeah, well, as long as validate fails, I think we're fine. Ergo dorks. Yeah, this is working. Nice. Is there any other way a script name can be invalid? If it's not a string, that's a good idea. So name length and then name type. So we try specifying an invalid name that is an object. This is the wrong type. It should be a string. That should test it. All right, it's been a while since we've done this. Let's try getting code coverage again. What are we up to? 31 out of 46. Why is this taking so long? Well, actually, that's one we can never get because that's not even my code. So the highest, we're really at 31 out of 45 then, which puts us at 69%. Not bad. Well, let's figure out where else we're missing this. Script was deleted. This is never even being called. It's invalidate blueprint script ID. Yeah, those are still important tests I haven't gotten to. What else do we have? This won't be tested ever, nor does this really matter. Yeah. Validate existing blueprints. So modify an existing blueprint. So the test I definitely still have to write. Modify an existing blueprint to do what exactly? No, if you didn't modify one. Oh yeah, so delete the script of a blueprint that you haven't modified and make sure the blueprint gets modified anyway. What else? There's something else. It was up here though. Where was it? Script was deleted. Yeah, where does it get called? Validate. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, yeah, there's a whole lot of garbage in here we're gonna have to verify. Gonna have to craft a bunch of test cases for that. Then what else? Validate new script. How does this work? Oh, we never actually added a valid script. Positive test case. Add a script for a player that is completely valid. And then before I finish all this stuff, make sure I've added asserts for everything. Do we have the number of changes we expect? Do scripts have the right name set in the end? Etc. What else is there? That's it. So really, code coverage is pretty good on this file. There are still some things that are missing. If it's not a string, return false. The if path is not taken. So we need to pass one in with invalid blockly. Create a script with invalid blockly, e.g. a boolean instead of a string. Yeah, why not? How's it going? Is there a way to find all of those? It doesn't matter. In Moonshell, I don't know if I'm going to switch to a full-time. I have tried it out for a decent amount now, and I've gotten more of a hang of it. The problem I've had is that there are a lot of shortcuts that are just baked into my muscle memory at this point, and a lot of shortcuts that make sense on this keyboard. So for example, to go to my console, I hit Windows Alt X, and that way my fingers look like this. I just kind of mash them on the keyboard, and I can switch between these without having to really pay attention to where my hands are. On the Ergodox, I cannot do that. On the Ergodox, it's like mash my thumb sideways so it hits 2 keys and then press the X key. So there's some things that I just have not gotten used to yet. And I'm trying not to get used to them on stream because I don't think it's that interesting to watch, unless I devote a stream to it or something. What have you been busy with? Why not? Okay, delete the script of a blueprint that you haven't modified and make sure the blueprint gets modified anyway. Yeah. That would be something like this. Should modify a blueprint when its script is deleted. So we make a script, we make a blueprint that points at the script, register the starting script and blueprint, then delete this. Now nothing should fail here. In the then that we get, we'll get changes, and I just want to see what these are. It should say that the blueprint got updated. Oh yeah, Moonshell, I've done that. I'm on version 9 of my own config. I'm just not sure how much I want to spend doing this stuff. Here's my current configuration. So the only control keys I have on the keyboard are in the middle. And I know that might sound weird because you're probably used to hitting control with your pinky anyway. But I think the problem is that a lot of times when you're programming, you want to hit control and shift. So one of the things I wanted to maintain was composability of hotkeys so that I had a control key and a shift key and they were discrete as opposed to a control shift key. And I wanted to not use the wrong fingers for the wrong keys. So this is a pinky column. So if I were to hit control shift, I would need to use my ring finger on this key. I'm trying not to do that. There's a lot of minutia around this. Also, oh no snakes, I forgot to go back to the bylights page, but trust me when I say it's not a bug on the server. Hey, Soul Sorcerers. All right, what is this equal to? This stuff. We should have, yes, an updated one. And its script ID should point at null. Does it? Yes, perfect. Okay, we got to validate both of those things. Updated blueprints equals changes. Did I already do this somewhere? I did not. How did I not do that? Oh. Okay. You think it's worth getting a free code camp certificate online? I'm still in programming classes, but I think I can always... I don't know anything about that certificate, BandyX. I don't even know how important it is to have certifications when it comes to coding. I think some companies probably care about it. But yeah, more than that, I can't really say much. I think it's left bracket, Spurman, and that's what I do. I hit control left bracket. Oh, awesome. Why not? That's great. The only part I don't understand is this by over 50% part. Reason I started to learn Node, it's helped updating portal and internal systems by over 50%. I guess you mean the performance of them? The Soiler, imagine if you had two keys on your keyboard that just had those emojis. They were bound to yank and paste. Alright, this is where I do some of this stuff. So we should have one updated blueprint, and we need to get its... This won't work, will it? No, it will. Okay. We need to get its script ID and its... Actually, just its script ID, really. Assert is nil script. There. Make sure that deleting the script nulled out the script ID for this blueprint. Cool, let's try it. Oh, cool, why not? Yeah, that's really good. A nice job. I'm going to talk to the Apple for a keyboard with individual keys that you have to buy to form a full keyboard. You know, there is a keyboard like that, Soul Sorcerers. It's the Optimus keyboard. I believe this is what you're looking for. It's not exactly what you were talking about, but it does cost 3 times your mortgage. Do they still have this thing online? Oh, their site is actually very slow. Well, anyway, they had it at one point. Every key on it was an OLED, so you could have it be a screen. It was like having a keyboard with 100 screens on it, basically. So this is done. We'll do this at the end. Add a script for a player that is completely valid. Yeah, this should be dead simple. Should be able to add a script. Cool, so we make a script that is valid. We call add script on it. And that's it, the test worked. Create a script with invalid Blockly. This should validate Blockly type of new scripts. Invalid Blockly equals Blockly code. So name can be anything. Blockly can be this. And we make sure that validate script is what breaks. Does the big font size not drive you nuts? Nope. I'm actually so used to it now. When I go to other programming streams, it's one of the first things I notice. If I can't just naturally read your screen when you're in theater mode, well, when I'm in theater mode, I guess. So that means that chat takes up about, what would you say, like this much of the screen? If I can't read your text, then it's really hard to follow along. Make sure blueprints are using valid hardware configs. Yeah, there are two parts to this. Also, I never tried using a hardware item you don't have access to. Make sure... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, nothing validates your hardware. In fact, I might have removed that code. Uh-oh. Where is it? Yeah, nothing makes sure that you own the hardware you're trying to use. Wow, what a big mistake that was. Yeah, make sure you own the hardware items that you're trying to use. Wait, what is it, Hideo? The large font size? So sorcerers. That is different. Oh yeah, the soiler, it's not too bad. And now that I've gotten used to it, if I end up switching, it would just look weird to me. But I think some people end up watching from their phone, and this way they can see what I'm typing. Hey Eki, how's it going? Wait, Hideo. What was that thing the other day? Oh yeah, Liquidor's Counter-Strike picture where you couldn't find the score. See? It's affecting you now. Or maybe you loaded that up on a different monitor. Yeah, all's going well with me, definitely. I've been working on tests all day. I have written 30, which, to be honest, is not very impressive for an entire day's worth of work. But hey, I wrote 30 of them. Our code coverage is actually really good. We're at 90%. Yeah, it is SciDog. It's called plain tasks. Make sure blueprints are using valid hardware configs. So there are a couple of tests here. Test on a config with too much hardware, but that you own. Test on a config that is the wrong type. Test on a config that is valid but contains items that you don't have. I am nearly positive this is going to be a bug. Yeah, well, it found one real bug at least, and it's probably going to have found another real bug. The classic conundrum here is it better for you to write tests that don't find any bugs because it means you possibly wrote it right the first time? Or is it better to write tests where you definitely found bugs because then you can have some more confidence that you found a bug? I don't know what's better. I think it's you don't want to find bugs, but you want to be certain that there weren't bugs. Oh, really? That's interesting, Zephy. I'll just check that out later. Okay, let's try these various things here. So we're going to add a blueprint eventually. Should not be able to specify a hardware config of an invalid type. Hardware config equals an object. Great. This does not need to be a blueprint builder. It can just be done directly here. Good, 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 and good. Great. Then validate blueprint is going to fail. Maybe there's a more specific one that's going to fail though. Yeah, validate blueprint hardware. Okay, this should work. I had a quick look when I came in here to see if there's a way to grab the screen from a Python plugin. I expect it would be totally possible to sync two Sublime windows, have one zoomed in and streamed, and one as you like it. Might look into it if I start streaming. Yeah, I think it'd be possible. But I only have two monitors. And I think as a streamer, it's usually, at least as a programming streamer, it's a good idea to know exactly what's on your screen and what's showing and how viewers can see it as well. So I don't mind my font size as a streamer, and I especially don't mind it as a viewer. As a viewer, I think it's great because you can actually tell what's going on. So this is just, that's like, if you don't like that, I guess that's just a quirk of this stream, like Hideo said. Just get a smaller monitor. That's true, why not? Okay, cannot read properties serialize of null. This should be create unsafe. So that we can test this correctly. Perfect, okay. So that's done. Now test one with too much hardware. This is actually pretty tough, I think. Yeah, this is tough. Bot builder is what does all this. Add hardware. How does this work? Or rather, where is the arena test framework used? Cloaking hardware and code. It's only used for that one thing. And then the arena test framework can create a bot. Oh man, I didn't think I'd need this, but I apparently do. So we need to do a couple of things. Well, the Soiler, I've got the blog post for you then. You should check this out. I wrote a blog post on being a development streamer on Twitch. And it might help you. It's not terribly long. But yeah, I think there's some good info there. If you read it, let me know if you like it. So the problem here is that I need to know how hardware gets serialized. Otherwise the test may not work in the future. Yeah, Eki, I mentioned you by name in that blog post. No, I'm kidding. That would be pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. Should not be able to specify an invalid hardware config. So the hardware config that I'm thinking of here is something like this. Lasers 3, missiles 3, cloaking 3. I need to make sure you have all of these items though. And that's not easy to do. Yeah, that's not easy to do. No, Eki. Well, okay, like I said, if you read that and you thought anything was interesting or there's anything else you've been curious about or think I should update, do let me know. Oh, Soul Sorcerers, you must have had a good day today. Alright, as far as items go here, I believe item data, actually item template depot. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I need to figure out the ID of a particular hardware item. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Have I ever done this before? Oh, I changed how all of this works. How does the bot builder do this? Oh yeah, that's great. That's just great. No, sick, I haven't done that. What do the analyzers do? how does this work? I need to add the lasers item to the inventory. Oh, wait a second. The account server does this, doesn't it? Lasers. Aha, found it. Item to give, hardware constant, quantity, get item template by hardware constant. Found it. Nice. Soul Sorcerers, I'm laughing for a different reason right now. Yesterday, you said something like, oh, I only get my hair cut once a year. And I was telling my wife that last night. And I think she took it to mean that you only shower once a year. I said, who do you know who gets their hair cut once a year who only showers once a year? I stood up for you, Soul Sorcerers. I've got your back. Okay, is there a better function here that'll do this for me? So add hardware item to inventory, hardware constant. We don't have hardware constants here. Quantity is going to be 1. The one I use displays a clickable graph where you can see where all the dependencies come from. I use this one. Wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll look into this at some point. Man, yeah, I didn't know those things existed. This dot add item to inventory, item template dot ID and 1. Hey, T-Blot. If only you had sunglasses now, Soul Sorcerers. You could make Soul Toddler. Alright, we gotta make sure all these things are in the inventory. So hardware constants come from hardware constants. Where exactly? Here. So we want this here. Yeah, sick. I think that's pretty helpful. As long as you actually can trim the fat on your Webpack bundle. So hardware constants dot what? IDs dot something? Yeah. You need lasers, missiles, and cloaking. Which really, the way that I set up the default inventory should just be a string. And then we should just be able to call this. Just start with lasers by default. There. Thanks, Aki. Yeah, I don't know how many people have changed what they were going to do or changed what they were doing as a result of that blog post. Not that that was the goal of it. It was mostly just write about something that I didn't think I'd seen on the internet before. Interesting antimatter tape. Okay, sole sources. And yeah, Digi, it's been pretty good today. Using Identity Server as a centralized authentication server, and I decided to use their OIDC.js. Yeah, sick, just be careful with that, because chances are that's a well-tested library and it might have functionality or updates to it that you'll eventually want. I think it's good to remove packages you didn't know were so large or find smaller replacements for them. But writing something from scratch can be dangerous. Yeah, and Eki, I think there was a decent amount of luck involved too. Because one of the things, I mean, in case you haven't seen this website before, this works for any Twitch streamer. But you can see how things changed on the stream. A lot of people will have a spike somewhere over here, usually when they release their game or something along those lines. And for me, it's been pretty much a straight line the entire time. I have not released a game yet, and all the changes I can attribute to various things. This is when auto hosting came around. This change here is when Twitch redid how they calculate views. Like, some of these correspond to just like the summer months were here. That was that raise. So yeah. Okay. So we add these items to the inventory, so that's not what stops you. And then we try running this. So this should fail, but there's no way to make sure that this is always going to fail later too. Cannot read property ID of undefined. So there's no item template here. Add item didn't work, which is coming from this. New item template. What? Yeah, what? What's going on here? Yeah, this didn't even print out. I think it's because I'm calling the wrong function. Yeah, I am. It's add hardware item to inventory. That might cause this to work. Still doesn't work. No, that's not right. Yeah, something's wrong here. I think, okay, yeah, I agree with that actually, Aki. I think for growing the stream, that's true. I think that having viewers in the first place is what was lucky. Because you could have the best product in the world, and if people don't know it exists, they can't buy it. Same thing, you can have the greatest stream in the world, and if no one's actually showing up, then how will you ever get the word out there? Yeah, well, that would be great. I think the people who host me now are generally other programming streamers. Okay, I'm still not sure why this is failing. I mean, it has to be, okay, if I get rid of all these lines of code. Yeah, something's still going wrong. So that probably means there's another test I marked as it only. I don't even see it. Strange. Build blueprint, create unsafe. Yeah, what could I be doing wrong here? Unless this isn't even getting built. It looks like it is. If I make a change here, yeah, it's processing. Weird. So what is going on then? All right, see you, Dan. Good luck with the homework. Yeah, this isn't even running. Huh. Well, let's find out what is running. Oh, I see. Whoops. Okay, yeah, I know what's going on. I called the wrong function. Of course. Yeah, now everything's working fine. Silly mistake. All right, there we go. That means I can get rid of these. This has too much hardware in it. Actually, even cloaking level 2 would be too much. The problem is this isn't built up correctly. I guess the only way to do this would be to build it up with level 1 maybe. Oh, even that wouldn't necessarily work. I need to get very tricky with how I do this. Oh well. Test on a config that's valid but contains items you don't have. I'm nearly positive this is going to be a bug. So we test with missiles. Level 3. Should not be able to use hardware that you do not own. Yeah, so this create safe is totally fine here. Then we add the blueprint, and this should fail. It's not going to fail anywhere, which is really bad. Oh, actually, you know what I should be doing for all this stuff? No, I have the finally here for that. I was going to say then should really throw an error. So for now, we'll just say console.log test or run test succeeded when it should not have. Start with that. Oh, neat, Eki. I've never seen you stream something besides programming. So Soul Sorcerers, in a sense, yes, it did. When I added graphics, it's because people generally, I think the general public can appreciate the more tactile parts of your game. The audio, the visuals, that there's actually a game to play. So seeing them be uplifted was uplifting for me. Because I have really two goals here. One goal is make a game. And I'm pretty certain that's going to get completed. But the second goal was make that game successful. That's still up in the air. So when people say, hey, this is starting to look more like a real game, then yeah, it helps. Helps me believe in the second goal. Canary property. Something's not right here. It's the before each hook that's failing. Inventory.add item. Oh, man. I modified the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's good, Aki. Yeah, the only streaming I had done before my game dev streaming, and is this online finally? Does ONX work? It does. Yeah, it was this. It doesn't work. Man, I never fixed the DNS. All right, never mind. I'm not even going to describe what that was. Some of you have already seen it before. It doesn't matter. But I had 0 followers from that. I think I had like 15 views in total. Hardware not possible given inventory. So I am testing for this. This is not a bug. I just don't know where this happens. Oh, here it is. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah, perfect. So we don't need any of this stuff. And actually the test, yeah, it is working. Oh, fine. I'll share. So this is back when Twitch Plays Pokemon was popular. And maybe I can show you this from my hard drive. Oops, not this one. This one. Test. I think this is trying to load from the wrong location. But anyway, there was... Actually, let me just load this up. Let me see what this was doing. That should have been fine. there was a canvas. Huh. The canvas should have known how to launch this correctly. Yeah, I don't know. It was a little Game Boy Advance that would show up here, and you could click the buttons in it, and it would send inputs through a whole bunch of layers. There was PHP connecting to Python, connecting to AutoHotkey, connecting to the emulator. That when you pressed a button would interpret that in the emulator, and then upload a new image, and that way you could see with less lag than Twitch had what you were doing in the game. But no one really showed up to the stream, so I just gave up. See you, Holyoke. Make sure blueprints have scripts that are either null or correspond to an existing script. Yeah, I don't know if I explicitly tested this. Oh, for streaming it was ambitious. Yeah, the project itself worked. The couple of people who did log in, they did play. But it wasn't a great project by any means. The thing is, Twitch plays Pokemon with just one person is Pokemon with lag. With two people, then it starts to get more into the spirit of you're fighting over keystrokes with somebody else. So I never tried creating a blueprint with that. I don't think this really matters. Aren't using scripts that you've deleted. Yeah, I don't know if I've done this. Should not be able to use a script that you have deleted from a blueprint that you have updated. So you have the script here. We have the blueprint as an existing blueprint. Then we're going to update it. Let's say it was using script number nothing actually. So this is the blueprint builder. Yeah. Updated blueprint is blueprint builder script ID 1.create. All right, and this shouldn't work. But again, I don't know how it's going to fail, so let's just run the test. Hey, Ancient Row. Yeah, that was done using plain tasks, which Soul Sorcerer is linked in. Well, actually, it's probably not on that blog post. Hey, HD Song. Yeah, long time no see. I'm doing well. What are you doing on spring break? Any plans? Oh, script ID is not a function. Huh. I don't know what's happening here. Apparently this is successful, which makes sense, but I need to see what this contains to know that it worked the way I expected to. So if I copy this into Sublime and format it, we should see a script ID of null here. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. What would happen if you did this? If this made it all the way to the server, what would happen? You're updating a blueprint to use a script you no longer have access to. So blueprint insert correct script ID. Oh, we need to do this for new blueprints as well. ID mappings.script. Wait, this, I don't think this is correct. Oh man, I really don't think this is correct. Oh, we gotta test this. Okay, here's what we do. We need a script that already exists. So Fire Laser's right, that's fine, perfect. Okay, next, we make a blueprint that uses that script fire lasers right. And then we put down some of these bots and we hit test. That's not right. That's not right at all. Okay, there are a lot of bugs here. Oh man. Yeah, that's not good. None of this is working. Oh god. Oh, that's good. At least it's a relaxing HD song. Pretty sure there's a bug with creating a blueprint that uses an existing script. Not sure what happens on the client or in the database. I think both of those are messed up. There's something else that's wrong too, though. Updated blueprints, new blueprints. Oh man. All right, yeah. How did I break this? How did I do it? Let's see. If I just connect and I test out my defense, these fire to the right. Then I make a new blueprint that also uses that, and I test my defense, and they still fire to the right. I put a new bot down, and they still fire to the right. What is going on? There was definitely a bug here. Definitely. I don't know what I did, but I know I found a bug. So let's refresh this and try this again. So here's what I did. I went and edited this to make sure it had a script. I said, that's fine. Went into here, associated it with a new blueprint, put this on and replaced it. Yeah, then everything's screwed up. Wow. Okay, so client repro. This is very exact. One, make sure your defense has a single blueprint with lasers and fire lasers right on it. Save the defense. Refresh the page. 4. Click the quick edit script button of the blueprint you have. Click cancel. Make a new blueprint. Associate the existing script with it. Add lasers 3. Place, overwrite 3 bots with the new blueprint. Test defense. Expected fire lasers to the right. Actual, figure it out. Yeah, I don't know how this happened. What happens if I just delete this entire blueprint? What am I deleting? The script? I want to delete the whole blueprint. Yeah, they still move off to the right. What if I hit convert to JS? Okay, then they get updated. Wow. Well, that's a bug. I don't even know what would happen if I saved this. Hey, Jay Louise. I'm mostly doing well. I think there's still tons of work to get through. Let's try it like this. So this works fine. No, the steps work if you omit steps 4 and 5. Yeah. So when we hit save, what's going to happen here? Probably something's going to screw up. Select script, select star from scripts where user ID equals 1. We have one script, that's probably correct. And what about this? That is incorrect. Wow, there is a problem here. Huh, so there are 2 bugs. Yeah, well, I didn't expect that. So if I hit test, they're going to shoot right. If I refresh the page, they're going to move. Yeah. Ooh. And server repro is edit your defense, make a new blueprint, associate it with an existing one, save your defense. Expected blueprint saves association, actual null script ID because persist for new blueprints always calls this code. Man, the tests I'm writing wouldn't even caught this. It's only because I got curious to see what's going on that I found this. I would need an entire layer of database tests. And at this rate, it would take me like months to finish tests for everything. I think I need to add them where they make the most sense. This is pretty crazy. Well, I still need to finish these tests too. You shouldn't be able to update a blueprint to use a script that you deleted. Where does this happen from? We call validate blueprint. And then we call validate blueprint script ID. And we need to make sure it's not one that you deleted. Oh, we have that. What? This should get hit. Nulling out the script ID because it was deleted. Well, yeah, Mitchell, ideally it should be caught in a test. That way, if I ever make changes to the code, I've got a test that can just be run. Man, all right, I gotta keep trying this. Yeah, it never nulls this out. We don't have multiple, do we? Yeah, we do actually. And did I write? No, okay. Yeah, so this isn't working. Oh wait, no it's not. Oh my god. Ugh. I never deleted the script. Delete script 1. There. Now what? Everything works fine? Delete script is not a function. It's not deleted, it's delete. I said delete and I typed deleted. Oh, now everything works fine. Okay, well, that's good to know. So now script ID is null? Yes. We just need to validate that in here. No, this is testing that you delete a script without modifying. This is testing that the player deletes a script without modifying their own blueprints. It should be modified for them. And this is testing that a player intentionally tries to update a blueprint to refer to a deleted script. Soul sorcerers. No, you're not nagging. That's why there's a command for that. Okay, this worked. Make sure you aren't using scripts that you deleted on old ones and on new ones. Should not be able to use a script you deleted from a blueprint that you have created. I'll just say an updated blueprint. So here's the script. Here's the blueprint. We create it. We don't need to update it, which means we don't need any of this. It's not a starting one. We add the blueprint. So then we go into new blueprints. Cool. We make sure you have one of those. We get the new blueprint and everything should work. Let's try that. Great. Both of these are working. That's done. That's done. Make sure only using cosmetic pieces you have access to. That's done. Make sure blueprints of a particular category are not using more. That's done. Make sure blueprint names are valid. I think I tested this. Did I? Invalid name. Yeah, technically I didn't test this with an invalid kind of name, like an object. Should not be able to specify a blueprint name of an invalid type. Didn't I already write this somewhere else? Yeah. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. So it should validate name type of new blueprints. All right, then we just need a blueprint builder. Then add blueprint. Now this actually will succeed. In fact, if we only run this test, we should see, yeah, that it passes. But then what we need to do is verify that it got a name that wasn't ridiculous. Ravi, what are you talking about? So this is a new blueprint. And the name is going to be here. We make sure the name got set and that it is something valid. Cool. What is this? This isn't a test. This is something I probably should be testing. Make sure you don't put anything into this update object that shouldn't be there. Or that they're the wrong types. I didn't validate that stuff. The screen was frozen like this. Chat was still updating. I was sitting there like, oh, Adam's reading something intensely. Oh, I thought you were going to say it was paused, which I think would be especially funny. That's pretty good. Yeah, if I ever look like I've frozen and it's longer than 15 seconds, chances are something's wrong with the stream. But if I'm ever perfectly still for about 8 or 9 seconds, that's just me. I apparently do that from time to time. Of course, when I'm standing up, I shuffle around a lot. Oh, I see. How would I test this? Run tests right now. Passes in blueprint changes and script changes. What if we passed in the wrong thing? Should validate types of input values. Not exactly sure how I'm going to test this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we want to change these things. bsf.changes.blueprints. And we're going to set these to objects, I guess, or I don't know what. To arrays instead of objects. And then run the tests, and what should fail here? Validate member variables. Validate changes object. Yeah. Chat. This is just one of the many tests that I should be trying here, though. What I've done so far is I made sure that changes object. Oh, wait a second. We didn't even make sure this was an object. We should probably do that. What failed here? Because something failed, and I expected it to fail. I just don't know what exactly. Apparently, I wasn't even running the test. Great. Additions is not an array. Yeah. But it could have still been an array on the higher level object there. And yes, I did, Rami. No, I think there was some funny stuff. Just one, that you guys are talking about posture. Two, I was just picturing what's the worst possible way you can sit on a chair. I guess it's with your head on the floor and your back along the bottom of the chair. So you'd be sitting on it upside down. That's probably the worst way. Or with the chair on top of you. Changes dot slash w. Oh, there it is. Got it. So what do we check? We should make sure these were objects to begin with. And then all the various properties underneath them should also be checked. How many tests are passing now? There's like 30 that are passing. I'm not doing poorly. Although there are a couple of real bugs that I found that I don't know how I'm going to fix. Because I don't really know what the bug is yet. I know how I'm going to fix one of them. Thank you, Adeo. Yeah, I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to test this. So additions, deletions, and updates. That's what we should have. Let's just do it this way. Let's say additions equals an object. The thing is, there are many tests that I want to try out here. Variation 1. So try making this an object instead of an array. For this, we'll say try adding in an unnecessary property. Whoops. I knew I'd do that too much. All right, great. Well, that one failed. Interesting. It's not detecting that this shouldn't be there. Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Get rid of all of their properties. That's what happens here. Okay, I guess. Sure. So extra equals, who cares? This should never be seen. I don't even really know what should happen here. This should produce no errors. How would I check if I wanted it to produce errors? I guess you'd do this. You do a pick. Where is that? Right here. You do a pick. This would get rid of all their properties, and then you'd make sure that the number of keys left are the number of keys you expect. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's fine. Assert.equal size of changes, size of the keys of changes object is equal to the size of allowed properties. Property found on changes object. Make sure there weren't actually any properties to get rid of. If we did get rid of something, it means that the client tried providing extra properties. So then this will fail, and it'll fail the same way the other one just did. What is this doing here? Parse error. This doesn't really matter. Just the existence of it should be enough. All right, see you, Ramy. See you on Friday. Validate script did not throw exception. Yeah, it's not validate script. It's validate changes object. Still didn't work. Huh. Let's take a look at this, because this is what should be failing. We should have oh. No, this will always be 3. Oh, yeah. What am I doing? This is not what I should have done. We need to make sure before this that there are 3. And then after picking them, this will validate their types as well. Get rid of all other properties. The above, ensure there are only as many properties as we expect. Yeah. The combination of these things does the validation that I want. I'm just not sure how to get that across via comments. The code technically gets it across now. I don't know what you're talking about, Soul Sorcerers. Bottom chocolate remark. Sia Raimi, remember the play button is good? Yeah, I do not. Oh, this. Oh. No, I missed a lot of stuff, huh? I see. Now it all makes sense. With context. I did not need to read any of that. Assert that the remaining properties are the ones we expect, and that they're the, yeah. Cool. Nice. So we have 38 tests passing now. Make sure you're not making too many new blueprints or scripts. Yeah, I never did a test for this. Yeah, I've never heard that before, Soul Sorcerers. This entire time I thought you were talking about actual chocolate, and I was confused, to say the least. Should not be able to create more blueprints than you are allowed. Okay, so this should fail now. Well, this should pass. The development code should fail. Did not throw exception. Why not? Did something else throw an exception? Too many defense blueprints. Yeah, where's that coming from? Too many defense. It's validate number of objects. Oh, okay, fine. $11 equals 1. What? Oh, whoops, I don't care about that. Yeah, then I guess we should try making, should be able to create the maximum number of attack/defense blueprints at once. So max defense blueprints allowed, max attack blueprints allowed. So these will be defense blueprints. Is defense, or is attack false? And we can make the bot builder here. Great. And then we do the same thing for attack. And then everything should just work. New blueprints. So we got the new blueprints. We make sure that the number you have is equal to the max defense plus the max attack. And that should be it. Let's try that. Blueprint ID is not defined. Whoops. There we go. Still didn't work. Number of blueprints plus additions is not equal to available number. Huh. Also, I think today is the lowest number of drop frames in a long time. We're at 71. In parentheses, it says 0.0%. This is totally unrelated to this error. We tried adding 20 blueprints and we only ended up with 10. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh, this is why. Clever. So if you have 10 allowed, we want to start at, yeah. That's why. That way we don't wipe out. Perfect. Nice. What was happening before is I said, hey, make 10 defense blueprints. So it went and made blueprint 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And I said, hey, make 10 attack blueprints. And it tried to overwrite those values. So now what I'm doing is I'm just adding 10 to all of these. So it'll work. I'm not validating that you're not making too many scripts at once. I guess I should do that. Should not be able to make more scripts than you are allowed. Max defense, max scripts allowed. Script to create. So we get a script builder. This will be script ID. Then this should work. Oh, thanks, Mitchell. Yeah, it did work. You can tell by the flashing lights. Now you have a cheer badge. You can rub that in everybody else's faces. Wait, isn't that a good thing though, antimatter tape, that's not available in competitive? Keep your bits out of my... This is... Soul Sorcerers is in goofy territory. Hey, Capillara. Oh man, so there's 3 things left to do, and there's an hour left to do them. This is doable. I'm just running out of steam pretty fast. So can you run all 6 kinds of changes at once? Let's go try this. Where do I do an update? I don't. Well, that's whatever. Here, we'll just do this. Should be able to perform all kinds of changes at once. Additions, deletions, updates. This is going to be a beast of a test. Let's copy paste this one actually, because this is probably closer to what we're trying to do here. First, so we've got to do a script deletion, a script update, and a script addition. A blueprint delete, well, it's all the same things. Yeah, Mitchell, I expect I'll get done with this stuff at least. But yeah, it's going to take some willpower for the last hour of this. Because at this point, I did find a couple of bugs. This stuff was already done. Yeah, at some point I need to fix these real bugs that I found. I think tomorrow will be dedicated to bug fixing. Yeah, we have these 3 tests left. So script deletion means we need, and update means we need 2 existing scripts. So existing script to be deleted is going to be script number 1. Sounds good. Existing script to be updated is going to be ID 2. We should probably make a builder for these. And just not put IDs on them. ID 1, ID 2. Great. Next, blueprint builder. Take the IDs and the create off of here. We do the same thing, so existing blueprint to be deleted equals blueprint builder.id1.create, and then to be updated is ID2. And then there's got to be a new script. New script is ID3 and a new blueprint. How's my back? Yeah, thanks for asking, 3D Extended. It's been a lot better. In fact, the day after I got that massage, it was almost magically healed. That was amazing. And then there was some soreness and I'd started going back to the gym and now things have been fine. I hadn't been to the gym for like 3 or 4 weeks. So I am. I feel like it's 3 or 4 weeks. I'll see myself out in about 50 minutes. Don't worry, guys. No, really, though, I did lose a ton of strength. I think, whatever. Keep the address. The thing is, I don't know how good she was. I think I just needed to get a massage. I don't know. But yeah, next time I do this, I want to see if I can go through insurance somehow. Massages are expensive. Did you make the builder? Yeah, I made the builder. Soul sorcerers. No, this isn't Connexideo. This is a different one. So register starting scripts are going to be these 2 scripts that already existed. Register starting blueprints are going to be these. Cool, so we delete script 1, we delete blueprint 1, we update script. Oh, this won't work. We need to come up with how we update it. What are we going to do to update it? Change its name, I guess? I don't know. New name equals new name. Script builder id2 dot name new name dot create. We want to do the same thing over here, but for updated blueprint is the blueprint builder. Great. So update script, done. Update blueprint, done. And then add the 2. Great, that's everything. Next, we get back changes and we ensure that we have 1 of each. Okay, so get new scripts. Let's actually just do it this way. Deleted blueprints and then changed blueprints. I think that's not what it's called at all. Get updated blueprints, yeah, and then get deleted, get removed. Hello, what is this called? So deleted blueprints just come from here. Changes dot I don't have the object anymore. Where is it? It's up here somewhere. There it is. Deleted blueprints. We could just write this way. Get deleted blueprints. Return this dot validator dot changes dot deleted blueprints. And same thing for scripts. That way we can call these functions and we don't have to worry about whether those member variable names change. So there's deleted and then there's finally updated. Great, then we copy paste the 3 of these and just replace blueprints with scripts. Perfect, there should be one of all of these things now. So we make 6 of these. And we could validate some things about them. Maybe get the updated ones, for example. And ensure that they were updated. That's probably a good idea. Same thing with the script. I just named them both the same thing. Hey, it worked. Great. Let's check out code coverage now. How are we doing? So we are testing 37 out of 46 branches, 96% of the code. What are we not testing? Like I said, this branch is unreachable for us. This is some transpilation magic. And I don't know if it counts the branches in here too. I don't know. And then here's a ternary. We don't test this either, but this is more magic that we can't test. So where are there red lines of code? Red lines are things that are my fault at this point. Also this is my fault. If name.length is less than 0 or is equal to 0. Oh, is valid is going to be false. So we never tested with an empty name for a blueprint. Not really worth doing though. I can see that the code works fine. Plus, if you somehow ended up with an empty name, that's also fine. I don't really care about that either. If not script exists. Yeah, this code. So how does this work? Script exists. So the else is never taken here. What's this called for? Validate blueprint. So if you update a blueprint to point to an existing script, I mean, I could do something. I could darken the background of the page a bit, as long as it's not a background specified in like many different areas. Yeah, I don't know where this is done. Oh, hey, cool, we can. Yeah, so I just set it to something like gray. Now maybe it's unreadable. We could lighten that a bit. Yeah, so the only real lines of code that weren't hit here was in this function, and I don't know how to do this. What does the comment say? Make sure that the script a blueprint is trying to use is still valid given your deletions. So we just need to update a blueprint using a script that already existed, right? Why is that? Why is that never done? How about this? Let's update this blueprint so that it does use a new script. Oh, this won't work. These will all change the params of all the newer ones, which means this new one will also get a new name. We should probably use new blueprint builders for all these, huh? So touchy, you can always pick it up again. What was the scripting class that you took already? No, I should make a separate test for this. Yeah, fine. All right, let's write it. Should be able to update a blueprint to use a script that you own. Let's try that. So this will have a script ID of null to begin with, and we'll also make an existing script. Register starting scripts like that. As long as I'm doing this, let's do it this way. Is array scripts, is array blueprints. So we have a script that's totally fine. It's one of the existing ones that you have. We have a blueprint, register blueprints, blueprint. Great, we probably want a builder for this. So this is going to be your starting blueprint and then the updated blueprint. There. So this should work, and it should test that line of code that I couldn't hit before this. Great. So all of this goes to here, and there, and that. And then what we want to do is make sure that the updated blueprint.getScriptID is equal to the number 1. Let's try running that. So with any luck, we will see this E go away, and we'll see the page get a lot whiter at the same time. Nice. The page getting whiter was not luck. That was because the background color was manually set. Let's set it back to something more pleasant. It was C using algebraic design, creating ifs, thens, loops, and such. Yeah, that's definitely the foundation of a lot of coding, what you've learned already. And so touchy, I think this is pretty similar to learning almost anything else, where you take a class, and unless it's a very, very narrow field of study, you're not going to be an expert after one class. So programming is very certainly one of those areas where you could probably take 10 classes and still feel like you have years and years of things to learn. Whereas, you know, how to drink liquids from cups is a class where you could master that after one class. I took a class in that. I'm an expert now. So there's one else that's not being tested. So if the script doesn't exist, but it wasn't deleted. So you shouldn't be able to update your script to, you shouldn't be able to update a blueprint to a script you don't have. Got it. Maybe for the PDF. No, I wanted to keep some very basic stuff on my PDF. I think links like this are definitely good, but I think they're once someone already knows what they want to do, and I think this is possibly overwhelming for someone who's just starting out. I started drinking, then I processed what N. Perry said. I always appreciate attention to detail. One of my real life friends, he remembers stuff from years ago between us that I just don't remember. A joke that we told or a thing, a place we went. Like, so I appreciate attention to detail until I forget the detail. Hey, Kukuruku. So the next thing we need to do is, so write a test where we update a blueprint to use an existing script. That's done. And then write a test to update a blueprint to a script that you don't own. This just happened. That's some aggressive advertising. So should not be able to update. Do I already have this written somewhere? Yeah, something like this. Should not be able to update a blueprint to use a script that you do not own. Same as yesterday. Nice. So you have your existing blueprint, and then you have a new one that specifies a script ID of 1, but you don't own that one. And we don't delete anything here. And what should fail is that assert that we were looking at over here, which is what? Validate blueprint script ID. Let's try that. Hey, Jack Greyhat. And now this E should go away. Perfect. All right, look at that. So our test coverage is now at 39 out of 46 branches. We have 96.62%. I don't think it's possible to even get that last percentage. Yeah, this I can't test because it's not my code. I can't test this either. And what else? Do we have anything else? This, I don't care to test this. That's how I could get one more branch if I felt like it. Don't think it matters. Anything else? Yeah, that's the whole file. Hooray! So one entire day and 44 tests later, and we have full coverage for this file. That took quite a long time. Now, we technically have one more task, which is this. Make sure I've added asserts for everything. Do we have the number of changes we expect? Do scripts have the right names? Blah, 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 blah. So let's take a quick look through here. Should not be able to update a blueprint to use a script you don't own. Yeah, this is just a simple case of this doesn't work. In fact, most of these are going to be simple cases of it doesn't work. It's only the ones where we don't have a finally clause that we want to take an extra look at. Like this one. Should be able to use a single cosmetic item on one attack and one defense blueprint concurrently. So what we really should do is after running the test, validate that those got the items we expected them to have. Blah, blah, blah. Launches law vlog. It has a cooldown period, I think, but mods don't trigger it? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Who wants a cooldown on that? Alright, so then changes. The thing about Twitch chat is you don't know who's out there laughing at your jokes. I've seen some hilarious stuff that was scrolling by super fast in chats. I don't know if anyone else ever saw it. I don't know if they ever laughed at it. That person might not have thought that their joke hit, but I was laughing. I didn't say anything. These are in chats with like 15,000 people. I also wonder if you have a config issue to get Istanbul instrumenting transpiled code. It could be, but as long as I've tested this code, and some of the tests, like 42 tests go through here, because a couple of them will fail at this point. And then they slowly drop off until only 14 of them are actually resolving this. Yeah, so the change I got to test here is we have 2 added blueprints. New blueprints equals this. So we want to make sure that we made 2 blueprints, and we want both of them to have the head item that we added to it. How do we verify that? We don't have a contains item. Oh, yes we do. Has item. Perfect. For each new blueprint, assert blueprint dot get cosmetics loadout dot has item head item ID. Okay, how's that going? Great. Okay, what other tests can we add these for? This one. Should be able to delete a bot and then create a new one using its cosmetics. Yeah, that's pretty similar to this. Let's just copy paste this down there. So the new blueprint that we added, we should have 1 new blueprint, and that new blueprint should have new blueprint all I'm doing is I'm making the tests a little bit more resilient by verifying that everything's working as we expect. So here we made a new bot using cosmetics from the old one, so we should make sure the new one has the new cosmetics. Just makes sense. Anything else? Should be able to create them perfect. We're already doing some asserts here. Same thing there. Yep. Yeah, I am pretty happy with this. Except for this one. What's this? Should be able to delete a blueprint that you own. Yeah, fine. Deleted blueprints. Cool. What else? This should be able to delete a script that you own. This is almost exactly the same thing. We just changed blueprints with scripts. Should still work. Great. Then after all this is done, we just need to clean up the code and check in. Great, that's everything. Oof. So we can mark this as done. Which means all of our wrap-up is done. The to-do list is now down to 2,900 lines. Hooray! Man. Yeah, so I found a couple of bugs. Actually, I think 3 bugs. I found 3 bugs by writing all these tests. More importantly though, even if I'd found 0, hopefully changes in the future that would have added bugs will now get caught by this test framework that I've added. And the only problems we had were some missing semicolons, some missing comments, whatever the heck this is. Blueprint ID is assigned a value but never used. Sure. Yeah, looks good. Great. Now for the great cleanup. Time to go fix everything. Yeah. Validate script ID. Okay, yep. Yep. Okay, all that looks fine. Pop A itself got to serialize the DB function. Item template depot actually got a lot of functions. I should probably comment these. Class isn't very large. It's the majority's water weight of comments. Get random. So this takes in a constants dot cosmetic location and returns an item template. Well, potentially returns an item template. get all cosmetic items, returns an array of item templates. Get all cosmetic items of location is this with this parameter. I think that's all the new functions have been commented now. Yeah. Serialize the DB. Oh yeah, this should be removed entirely. Added Synon, added this. I actually do want to keep that in. Now we want all of the old lines of code back into test main. There. So that when I run the tests again, where are the tests? Here. We should be running every test. Yeah, 4 of them fail. I know about these 4 failures. I really should clean them up. But now we have 395 tests. We're probably testing such a minor cross-section of the code here. And then I added all of these things. So script builder. Yeah, I think that's everything. Oh man, okay. And custom errors was commented, yes. Add tests for the blueprint and script validator. Oops, oh god. I pressed escape. It doesn't really matter. All I need to do, it's not like I need to look through all those files again. I just need to make sure that I'm not checking in something I didn't mean to leave checked out. And I don't think there is anything. Yeah, all these are fine. Okay. Wow. What a day. What a day. Well, I'm going to take care of some of these little miscellaneous tasks now, like this one. The design document, which is located there, has something that's out of date. You guys will actually appreciate this from a game design perspective. Originally, I planned on it taking time for you to unlock things in the game. I've just dropped that idea. So now every time you want to unlock something, if you have the money, you get it immediately. So I got to write that down in here. Yeah, you unlock hardware by researching it. Researching takes bot coin and abides by a tech tree. So that's one instance. Then there's this time cost, which I need to get rid of. And I don't know how to do in a nice way. So let's copy paste this into Sublime and do it there. Huh, this looks ugly. There. Here's the new table. Cost to speed up. Cost to speed up doesn't exist anymore either. Which means total cost and total cumulative cost. Those are going to change too. Oh man, never mind. Doesn't Google Docs have a table feature? Yeah, but there was a program I used that generated these. I guess I'm going to just get rid of this altogether because somewhere, I don't know where, I have that table generator. Where is it? Well, I don't see it there. Maybe it's in the botline codebase somewhere? Ah, here it is. Botcoin modeler. Is this what generated this? Yes. Gotcha. Hey, Snouk. And yeah, it did. We're not using Lodash anywhere. Huh. There should be a table that prints out somewhere, right? Yeah, this. Time cost. Oh man, we don't have time cost anymore. So let's get rid of this. Which means we probably don't need this stuff anymore either. Minute, hour. Yeah, so get rid of hardware time cost. Index into time cost. Index of unlocked hardware. What is this for? Cost to speed up. None of this is needed. So then we don't even need moment anymore, right? Num weeks to unlock all. I don't know about that. Let's just run this again. Hey, Mr. Yosta. Time cost is still showing up somehow. Let's get rid of that. So items, bot coin cost, cumulative, total. What is the total cost? What did this used to print out? Used to look like this. Oh, it was the cost to speed up as well. So total cost is not really needed anymore. Right. So all we need is cumulative bot coin cost here. Yeah, that's it. So we don't need this stuff. Total cost, total cumulative cost. There. And that's it. Is this correct? 500, 1100, yeah, it looks right. Nice. So 14 chips in game at 500 per chip, 7,000. Cost to unlock all hardware and chips, 33,000. At 1,200 per week, it would take 6 months and 9 days to unlock all hardware and chips. Well, guess what? Now that there's no longer a time cost, probably going to have to increase the cost of something in the game. But we'll get to that. That'll be a balancing thing. All right, we'll just copy paste this into the document now. I really should just turn this into a regular table, right? Use a picture. Oh yeah, good idea. Oh, when you said snippet it, I didn't understand what you meant. Yeah, use a picture makes more sense to me. All right, let's edit this. Done. Copy and paste. Nice. Just use a snipping tool. Actually was just using a snipping tool. I use ShareX, but I haven't really configured it too much yet. Hey, Joe. Is there anywhere else that this is mentioned, though? Speeding up the research time, that's no longer needed. Do I mention chips anywhere and how long it takes to get chips? All chips take an hour to research. Nope, not anymore. Well, that's that. Cool. Fixed chip buffs. Oh my god, yeah, that thing. Oh man. Fixed test framework, database bug. So that's done. Yeah, these would be the rest of this week's tasks. Problem is we only really have 2 days left in this week. I don't think that's enough time to fix all of this stuff. I think that the majority of tomorrow should focus on some of the bugs that I've been facing. Yeah, there's still so much to do. That's amazing how it doesn't matter how much, like today for example, I feel like I got a lot done and yet it's just a drop in the bucket. Yeah, I think tomorrow I need to spend time fixing bugs. I think that's it. Yeah, I'd love to get through some of these things. Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do tomorrow then. Spend time fixing bugs. Try to work my way down the roadmap and the GitHub list of issues. Oh no, I'm not close to launching beta. Beta is going to be in summer sometime, so it's minimally 3 months away. Well, actually, this Thursday I don't think I can work. I've got some appointments during the day. But also, I don't know how good of an idea it is for me to start, for me to stream on Thursdays if I'm going to do work. I think I want to tackle my to-do list that it's not so bad, and I'd like to maybe do that for an hour and a half this Thursday. That way I can just remove even like 50 lines from this thing. That'd be great. But as far as doing work, there's a certain balance I need to strike. And if I go beyond that balance, then I think my work quality drops. So today, like I said, I think today was a pretty good day. I think that's probably going to be it for today as well, by the way, because I've been online for almost 8 hours. And I don't know what other small tasks I could really perform here. So tomorrow is going to be all about fixing bugs so that Friday's build of Botland will hopefully be a much higher quality than what we have now. Well, you know what time it is. It's time to host Zeev. So thank you guys for watching. Really, today was a great day. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And thanks for the subs and the bits. Actually, subs. Were there any subs today? Thanks for the bits, at least. I shouldn't just be mechanical about my sign-off messages. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for another 8 hours. I'm going to be shutting down Botland as well. Take care, everybody. See ya.